should not be nested with Silicon Valley and the city of San Jose. While we love our neighbors to the north, we believe we share more in common with our own agricultural region. That's the Salinas Valley. So I ask you to consider uniting Salinas and the San Benito County, which is Hollister and San Juan Bautista, with their natural neighbors just a few miles away from them, the city of Salinas and the Salinas Valley. In a previous visualization that you published on November 2nd, did just that. So I asked you to go back to that. It just makes sense to unite those two communities. It's what I know many people in our communities are talking to you about today. It's really meaningful to us. So thank you very much for your service and for your time.
Thank you. And you described the process on the nose. Thanks again.
Right now we will have 019, and up next after that will be 035. 019, I will be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'll be addressing, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Good afternoon, commissioners. I hope you're all having a beautiful day. I'm calling from Santa Clarita, which is CA-25 district. And it's regarding the most recent map, adding the San Fernando Valley with our district and removing Simi Valley from it. Not a good idea. Simi Valley has always been attached to our community due to the fact that we are both suburban cities outside of Los Angeles. And we want outside of Los Angeles, and a lot of the workers working in the Antelope Valley's awesome aerospace industry. So I understand that some people think the San Fernando Valley wants to be in the district because sometimes people drive on a freeway there, but ultimately the San Fernando Valley is so vast and it's very unique since it is part of the city of Los Angeles. Adding them to the 25th district instead of Simi Valley does not allow for the San Fernando Valley to be properly represented, especially when the north part of the district, like Lancaster, is an hour away. Many more Simi Valley residents pass through Santa Clarita and work in Santa Clarita or in the Antelope Valley than in San Fernando. So I'm really asking to keep Simi Valley with Santa Clarita and the Antelope Valley in order to properly have the representative who will fight for our issues, just like we want the San Fernando Valley. They deserve someone who will fight to represent them and their communities in Washington, D.C. Thank you all so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have 035. And up next after that will be 036. And caller with the last four, 6271, which would be unique ID 030. If you will please press *9, this will raise your hand and I will be coming to you shortly. 035, I will be promoting you now. *035. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Leon Garcia. I'm the mayor of the city of American Canyon, located in South Napa County. I appreciate your interest and discussion on keeping communities of interest together. We are an integral part and an essential part of the wine industry. American Canyon is the logistics center for warehousing and distribution. Warehouses as large as 650,000 square feet, that's about 11 football fields, I'm told, are located in American Canyon to take advantage of our proximity to major highways and railroad access to markets as far away as the East Coast. With our neighboring cities of Vallejo, Benicia, and Solano County, we share transportation infrastructure needs for moving goods and workforce to essential and local regional economic vitality. I'm requesting that you keep us together in the same congressional district that includes these boundaries. This would best serve the needs of our communities of interest and with respect to assuring economic vitality. I thank you for your appreciation and consideration of this matter.
Thank you.
Right now we will have unique ID 036, and up next after that will be unique ID 030 as caller 6721, I believe. Right now we will have, I will promote 036. Zero 38. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and what region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello. Yes, I'm 038, and I'm from Mono County and the little town of Bridgeport, which is the county seat. And I had spoken previously at the earlier time when you were doing the redistricting, and I really appreciate that you, of all the work you've done, and also that you have taken us out of the high desert region, which really doesn't have the same communities of interest as we do. And I did want to note that the biggest division in our district should be the Sierra Nevada mountains, the top of the mountains. And we are on the eastern side, and everything of concern in our community of interest is the wilderness and the federal lands and tourism and small business and better health care and also the broadband. And I notice everything is great except you have dipped into Modesto, which is not contiguous at all to us in the winter because all the passes are closed. And so you can't get there. So we travel north as much as possible in the winter to get health care and other services. So I know that population numbers are important to you. So we would really appreciate if we would be included north to Placer County rather, a little bit to Roseville, or include us in Nevada County, because that continues to be on the eastern side of the Sierra Nevadas. And that's our main concern, because we really do have the same communities of interest. But that's kind of what I'd like to say. And I really appreciate all the hard work. I can't imagine all the work you do. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And right now we will be going to unique ID 030. And up next after that, we will do 036. It looks like their hand accidentally got lowered right as they were being promoted before. Unique ID 030. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Hello. 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 Can you hear me this time?
We sure can.
Great. Thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm out in the field. My name is Beth Pratt, and I am the Regional Executive Director for the National Wildlife Federation. And I am speaking today on behalf of the Ventura map. We, as the National Wildlife Federation, work on a number of conservation issues for both wildlife and people nationwide with about 6 million supporters. My role is to manage California, but the biggest project we work on is within the Santa Monica Mountains to facilitate wildlife movement across landscapes and putting in wildlife crossings and improving connectivity. The Santa Monica Mountains is one such area that we look at from a very regional perspective. And the city of Agora Hills, which is under the proposed mapping taken out of the Santa Monica Mountains, ecologically would create a number of issues, especially for the various land management agencies here about this ecological connectivity. Just a bit about the Santa Monica Mountains. It is a unique ecosystem. It is located in one of just two biodiversity worldwide hotspots within the United States. It's home to almost 50 mammal species, nearly 400 species of birds, 35 species of reptiles and amphibians, and over 1,000 plant species. And within those, more than 50 species are threatened and endangered, and that's among the highest concentrations of such in the country. So managing this ecosystem on a totality and having it split among congressional districts would be tough from a conservation and biologicals perspective. So we thank you for listening. We do have, again, species who are threatened, like the mountain lion within this region, and we really urge you to reconnect the city of Agora and others to the Santa Monica Mountains, which is not being reflected in the Ventura County map. Thank you for your time and allowing us to give public comment.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 036. And up next after that will be 008. 036, I will be promoting you now. (036), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. Thank you so much. My name is Armin Kurdian. I'm a Navy veteran, Vista resident for over 5 years, and I'm calling regarding North San Diego County, map SOC TAC NSD, which encompasses the cities up here in North County. I want to thank the Commission for listening to public's input on this matter and unifying the Tri-City community of Oceanside, Vista, and Carlsbad into one congressional district in your draft map. And my call today is to basically continue to reinforce that unification because these are draft maps and things can change. We three cities, we share the same hospital district. They're all served by the Tri-City Healthcare District, which is in Oceanside. The hospital, it provides essential medical care, community emergency services for residents all over the Tri-City area, including my home city of Vista, which we rely on when we all need the help. Also, our local school district, Vista Unified, ties North County communities. District 1 has Vista and Oceanside. We're all kind of tied together. District 2 can cover Vista and San Marcos residents. And parts of the San Marcos Unified School District include Carlsbad neighborhoods. And I can tell you as a member of the Vista Chamber of Commerce, the number of business owners who either reside in San Marcos and have a business here in Vista, or reside in Vista and have a business in San Marcos or Carlsbad are quite numerous. We all share a lot of common bonds, including a common transit corridor, the 78, which cuts across all of our cities. So I want to thank you for keeping it all together. But by extension, I would like this same consideration to be given to, and I'll try to call in again tomorrow or in the near future regarding the draft assembly maps, which have our cities divided, because our 4 cities share much more in common than say our North County cities do with say Laguna Niguel, or Vista does with the city of Bonsall, or the city of Carlsbad does with Coronado. So I would like to again thank you for keeping the cities together. Please consider keeping our 3 cities or even 4 cities together in a single unified district. Continue your good work, and wish you all the best. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 008, and up next after that will be 032. 008, I'll be promoting you now. 008, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I would like to address CD ECA draft this afternoon.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Bubser, and I'm a resident of Mammoth Lakes in Mono County in the Eastern Sierra. Citizens across the Sierra Nevada have attended multiple meetings, and we gave oral and written comments about why we need a Sierra district. The visualizations we saw throughout the process seem to be heading in the right direction. So when the draft maps were released, we were shocked when we learned that a few commissioners redrew the maps with significant impacts on our area on the day the draft maps were approved. It felt like it had no regard for all the effort we put in. While this had an impact beyond our area, we can only speak of what we know. We know that our part of California is literally caught between a rock and a hard place. The rock is the ridge of the Sierra Nevada, which has no road across it. The hard place is the Nevada state border. There's no option for our district except to go north or south because we have physical boundaries, and the only reasonable community of interest is the rest of the Sierra Nevada heading north. In order to comply with the 5 criteria for redistricting, maps simply cannot be drawn by starting with one county in the center of the state and thereby letting the ripple effects make districts that don't comply with the regulations for redistricting. This will result in endless lawsuits and will make the 2020 election untenable. So hastily redrawing the maps broke the principle of contiguity. CDECA draft as it stands is untenable. A small example of why is that a trip from Mammoth Lakes to Fresno County, which is 79 miles as the crow flies, is a 379-mile, greater than 5-hour trip by car. So in no way can Fresno and Mono counties be considered contiguous. We've said this repeatedly, and it seemed like everyone had heard us. You also added the city of Modesto, something that has never been contemplated in any prior visualization throughout this entire process. One of the commissioners said it best: Modesto is a total Central Valley city. We've also discussed the fact that we travel north on 395 to reach routes 50 and 80 to access the rest of California. We understand that achieving the population target for a Sierra district presents a challenge, but it can be achieved by going east in Placer County towards Roseville.
15.
Please hear what we are saying. Thank you for your time. We'll be so grateful.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 032. I will be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Nancy Fairbanks, and I am referring to Santa Clarita, CD, AV, SCB. The city of Santa Clarita is an independent city with a population of almost 220,000. Your current draft map shows it connected with San Fernando, which is a part of the city of Los Angeles, which is connected to the second largest city in America with a population of almost 4 million. Santa Clarita Valley is similar to Simi Valley in regards to its community. The original, for the last many years, we've always been attached to Simi Valley. Simi Valley and Santa Clarita are both bedroom communities for people that work in Los Angeles, particularly public sector workers like police, firefighters, and teachers. San Fernando Valley is a denser population, and if it is merged with Santa Clarita Valley, then we cannot be properly represented because we are so different. The safety of Santa Clarita is served by the County of Los Angeles Sheriff and Fire. San Fernando Valley is served by their own municipality, the Los Angeles Police Department and Fire Department. With the increase of crime, a representative would have to understand both ordinances of the LA County and City of Los Angeles. A representative would naturally focus to San Fernando Valley since it is part of such a large city, again, almost 4 million, while Santa Clarita Valley is only a smaller population of 220,000, and our voices will be diluted. Santa Clarita's power is we're powered by Southern California Edison. We rely on the public safety power shutoffs to prevent wildfires, which we battle multiple times a year, especially during the summer. Santa Clarita has its own water system, the Santa Clarita Valley Water. The San Fernando Valley uses Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, a municipality. Santa Clarita, again, is more prone to wildfires, and we need a
30
representative that can focus on wildfire prevention without having to worry about LADWP's regulation. It's important San Fernando remain with its own sister cities, Van Nuys, Pacoima, Arleta, Panorama City, Sylmar, and parts of Sun Valley, and North Hollywood. Again, with the city of Los Angeles, and allow Santa Clarita to remain with Simi Valley. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you. And Katie, with that, we will go into our break. We will return at 4:45 p.m. Callers, don't hang up. We are eagerly awaiting your comments. Thank you. Welcome back, California, to today's congressional map feedback session. Before we proceed, I need to correct times that were given for the following sessions. Saturday, the 20th session will be from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday and Tuesday of next week, the 22nd and 23rd, those meetings will be held from 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. So perhaps it was my desire to sleep in a little bit later, but we have an earlier start for those meetings. I now give you back to the capable hands of Katie, our comment moderator.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome to the Congressional Map Feedback Session. If you have not done so already, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If your unique ID ends in 039 through 081 for session 2. You will be identified by your assigned unique ID number received in your invite for this session. When it is your turn to speak, I will be promoting you to have the ability to enable your own audio and/or video, which will be located in the lower left corner of your screen once you have been promoted. Public input time limit is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You will receive a verbal warning at 30 seconds remaining and 15 seconds remaining in your speaking time. There will also be an active timer on the screen for your convenience. When you start your input, please identify which district plan and region you will be providing input on. And please, one more time, use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen if your unique ID ends in 039 through 081. And it looks like 034. Are you still here? Appears they have left, unfortunately. Right now we will have a 039. Oh, I apologize. Wait, hold on. Getting assistance. 034. Ah, I see you. 034. You will be going first, and up next after that will be 039. 034, I will be promoting you now. Zero 034, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you would please remind the mapper of what region, district plan, and what region you will be addressing, the floor is yours.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, my name is Sarah and I am representing the Central Valley region. I just wanted to start off by saying I'm from Bakersfield and that I'm sure that you've heard our comments and testimony from my community over the past weeks and months. And I just wanted to say that I'm sure balancing the needs of the entire state must be incredibly complicated, but that I appreciate the fact that you're listening to my community in Kern and the Central Valley more broadly. Anyways, I just want to appreciate and uplift you guys because you're hearing the concerns of my community. The Central Valley is a special place with the special needs that are different from the rest of California. And it seems like the commission is doing a great job of balancing our needs with the needs of the rest of the state. Thank you for your time and keep up the good work. I appreciate everything you guys have done and hearing our voices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 039. And up next after that will be 066. 039, I will be promoting you now. .039, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'll be addressing, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I am addressing North Contra Costa Solano County map. Thank you, commissioners, for your time and participation on this effort. My name is Pippin Dew. I am a council member for the city of Vallejo. And I just wanted to reshare a letter that the city sent to the commission prior to this current draft congressional district map being released, as it does still pertain today. Dated August 5th. And the letter states, on July 27th, 2021, the city of Vallejo adopted a resolution articulating the city's position on California redistricting efforts. The City Council of the City of Vallejo strongly encourages and respectfully requests that the California Citizens Redistricting Commission keep the City of Vallejo in the State Senate District, Congressional District, and State Assembly District that includes other Solano County cities in order for the city to be represented effectively. The current district profiles of State Senate District 3 and Congressional District 5 represent the city's communities of interest, as it includes other Solano County cities and the neighboring city of American Canyon. However, the council feels the current State Assembly District does not accurately represent the city's interests. State Assembly District 3 includes the cities of Vallejo and Benicia, in addition to Contra Costa County. The city of Vallejo is separated from Contra Costa County by a bridge and represents a population different than that of Vallejo. Because of the physical boundary and difference in communities of interest, the city of Vallejo respectfully requests that we be kept within the same state assembly districts as neighboring cities in Solano and Napa counties. Please feel free to contact the city if there are any other questions. And I would also, from a personal voice, say that in addition to the body of water and the bridges that separate us, there are bridge tolls on both of the bridges that separate us as well. So there is a financial burden present in that separation. That's all today. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 066, and up next after that will be 063. 066, I will be promoting you now. 066, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'll be addressing, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll be addressing the Mid-Coast maps, specifically San Luis Obispo. To be blunt, I'm not really thrilled with the draft maps. You've split our county in all three plans, sometimes in ways that don't even make sense. And clearly San Luis Obispo is getting the short end of the stick in this redistricting. Well, that being said, and that being the case, we do have some requests to serve our community better. And I will be speaking about the Assembly and Senate because I don't have time to address on the other days. So at least with the Assembly and the Senate, if you do continue to split our county, please do so using the same lines. That way, at least everyone will know who's going north and who's going south. And being stuck in no man's land is between going different directions for state legislative representation can leave people effectively with no representation. With regards to the congressional, it's always, of course, preferable to us not to split us, but if you're going to be splitting us, at least make the lines similar to the other districts and continue to keep us out of the inland area. It doesn't make any sense to put us in with Kern County. We share nothing with them whatsoever. So the only thing that I can say that's good about these maps right now is that you at least keep us along the coastal lines with Monterey or Santa Barbara. And I do continue to see these maps from other groups and other individuals who have nothing connected with San Luis Obispo, and they keep trying to draw us into Kern County. So please stay away from that. And with that, I thank you and conclude my remarks.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 063, and up next after that will be 053. Unique ID 063, I will be promoting you now. Unique ID 06, oh, there it goes. Just decided to think. Unique ID 063, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan you would like to address and region, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the promotion. I get to tell my wife about it. Can you hear me?
We sure can, and you sure can.
Great. I am talking about the San Bernardino, or High Desert, I'm sorry, San Bernardino area. I live in Big Bear. That's it. Thank you guys very much for the input and taking all the time to hear everybody speak. It's very appreciated, as everybody else has said. My name is Mason Perry. I'm a 37-year resident of Big Bear, and I wanted to provide my perspective as a business owner and a member of the Big Bear Chamber of Commerce on the draft maps that are affecting us. One of the unique things about our community is how isolated we appear. However, our businesses are very closely tied to other rural communities. Our transit corridors are able to link us to those communities. And the 3 routes to get off the mountain from Big Bear, which is similar to other mountain communities, can become congested during the winter season. So the fastest route and the best way off of the mountain is by taking Highway 18 down into the desert through Lucerne. Oftentimes, Highway 330 will be blocked due to snow or even landslides, depending on weather. This also means that supplies and travel is often directed through Highway 38 that's on the east end of the valley into Yucaipa, or Highway 18 from the high desert. In times of crisis, these transit corridors also allow vital to our safety and of our community to let us get off the hill if we need to egress. During wildfires, we need these transit corridors open for evacuations or to bring other resources up to the community. This one thing that we have in common with businesses and communities throughout the rural parts of San Bernardino County. And what I want to say is, this is why I support the draft congressional map, High Desert SB, the way that it's drawn, because my community and other rural communities like it are connected to this map. And you can see the commission has really taken the time to address our concerns and make sure that they have taken them seriously, and we really appreciate that. I want to encourage you to keep this map similar as you move forward with your revisions. I know that you cannot make everybody happy, but we really appreciate the ability to give input and that you guys have listened to us so far. And I get to tell my wife that I got a promotion. So thank you very much.
Congratulations and thank you.
Right now we will have a unique ID 053, and up next after that will be 078. Unique ID 053, as you have called in, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to reference the Fresno-Tulare Congressional District. Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for your time and for all the work you've been doing with the congressional map. I'd like to comment on the Fresno-Tulare congressional draft. It is my belief that the city of Fresno should be removed from the Fresno-Tulare draft congressional district because the district's communities of interest are overwhelmingly rural and Fresno is not. Fresno's urban population should be included in a district that shares local representation on the Fresno County Board of Supervisors and Fresno City Council, such as San Fresno. As a resident of rural Tulare County and the proposed Fresno-Tulare Congressional District, I feel the Fresno-Tulare District should rather incorporate more of rural Tulare County to maintain the rural nature of the district. Please take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have 078. And up next after that will be 051. 078, I will be promoting you now. 078, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, tonight I want to discuss the redistricting efforts in Orange County, particularly around the coast of Orange County. But first, I want to express my gratitude to each of you for taking on the mission of listening to all residents of Orange County and California. You have been challenged with the difficult task, and your willingness to step up and take it on demonstrates true commitment to your communities. Living in Huntington Beach, California, I want to achieve two things with my comments this evening. First, I would like to argue that the lines as they are currently drafted do not provide satisfactory representation to the different communities along the coast of Orange County. And I do mean communities, plural, as the Orange County coast is not a singular being. Each city has its own feel, its own vibe, and its own community interests that penetrate inland. There are lively and unique differences among coastal communities that make it difficult to incorporate it into one district and expect an elected official to provide adequate constituency services. I can tell you that Huntington Beach shares much more in common with surrounding inland areas such as Westminster and Fountain Valley than it does with Laguna Beach. For instance, the Huntington Beach Union High School District covers the cities of Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, and Westminster. This school district goes inland, not along the coast, because it recognizes that the need of the coast differ. The Ocean View School District, Fountain Valley School District, and the Huntington Beach City School District are three more examples of Huntington Beach being grouped with inland areas and communities, not the coastal community. At the beginning of my comments, I thank you for taking on this role to provide representation to all Californians and all residents of Orange County. The fact of the matter is that the current maps do not fulfill your responsibilities to make sure everyone has a representative who represents their interests. I want to close on this message. Please do not place the entire Orange County coastline under one district. I know it's easy to do, but it's not what is right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 051. And up next after that will be 074. 051, I'll be promoting you now. (051), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm actually calling about Orange County as well, the South County District. I'm from Dana Point. My name is Joe Miller, and Commissioners, I would like to draw your attention to public comment number 24650, which is distressing to our community as it shows out-of-town partisan interests are attempting to gerrymander OC and split our communities of interest for their own personal political gain. In the comment, it is clear that the attempts to divide the OC coast are specifically engineered to protect the political power of San Diego area political interests. You have heard overwhelming testimony that the OC coast should be kept together, yet it seems that the Commission is more interested in listening to a small minority of public testimony that has come explicitly from partisan sources. Respectfully, it would do great damage to the integrity of the California Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission if these partisan political interests were able to prevail over the needs of the overwhelming majority of the community members you receive. Dana Point shares very little in common with Oceanside. We have an entire marine base, the largest marine base in the world, separating our city from the next contiguous city in our district. We share far more in common with Laguna Beach, Newport Beach, and even Huntington Beach, regardless of what the previous speaker said. And I do understand that the issue that it does need to reach inland as well, because we do have communities of interest that are as important to us inland as our coastal partners. However, if you split Orange County into multiple districts and add Southern Orange County into San Diego, you're doing a great disservice to the constituency in North or South Orange County. I appreciate your time, and I respect the tough work you have in front of you. It's hard to help everybody reach their goals, and I respect all the work you're doing, and I hope you can take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have a 074, and up next after that will be 049. 074, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much. Commission, my name is Karen Warner and I live in Modesto in Stanislaus County. I'm calling today about the Central Valley Congressional and Senate draft maps. I strongly urge you to return to the November 2nd visualizations for both the Senate and Congress in Stanislaus and Merced counties. I was born and raised in Stanislaus County and am now raising my family here. As you have heard from many other Valley residents, we do not share common interests with Sierra Mountain counties. It is completely illogical to put these two deeply distinct regions in any districts together. Your November 2nd visualizations show that this commission understood and respected that dynamic. But the most recent draft maps split Stanislaus in both the Senate and congressional plans. You have drawn a majority of my community out of the valley and thrown us in with an enormous mountain region that we do not identify with. Our interests and our voices in the Modesto area have been gutted in these new maps. We have become collateral damage to keep San Joaquin County whole, despite sharing far deeper connections with the cities of Tracy and Manteca than with far-flung regions like Tahoe and Death Valley. Stanislaus and Merced counties should not be treated as an afterthought. Our families and our communities, as you know, should not be treated as collateral damage. Stanislaus and Merced have next to nothing in common with mountain counties and cities. We are valley people, richly diverse communities grounded in an agricultural economy. Our local economy, our commuter dynamics and infrastructure needs, our water interests, and the day-to-day routines of where we socialize, shop, get medical care, and live our lives is concentrated very squarely in Stanislaus, Merced, and San Joaquin counties. We are not part of the mountains. As a Modesto resident whose family lives and works here, I also want to encourage you to keep the deeply interconnected Tracy, Manteca, and Modesto communities united, as you did in the November 2nd visualizations. Again, your November 2nd maps for Congress and Senate were far better for the hundreds of thousands of residents of the northern San Joaquin Valley. We are a unique and cohesive economic and social region. San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Merced counties. I really urge the commission, as you balance the many priorities you face, especially the two Central Valley commissioners, to stand up for our communities and do better for the northern San Joaquin Valley. Thank you so much for your time.
And right now we will have 049, and up next after that will be 055. 049, I'll be promoting you now. (049). You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Colin Kosmicki. I'm addressing the Cupertino and Mid-Coast regions. I'm the District 2 Supervisor on the San Benito County Board, and I'm speaking in opposition of placing San Benito County into the Cupertino map for a variety of important reasons. First off, I must say there's a widespread opposition to this change in San Benito County, which historically has been a mainstay as part of the Central Coast Congressional District. Currently District 20 represented by Jimmy Panetta, and formerly under representation of former Congressman Sam Farr and Leon Panetta. Frankly, I've heard numerous concerns about this dramatic shift and have not heard one person locally who's in favor of such a radical move. I also want to note that I supported a letter of opposition against this dramatic change as a member of the county board, and today I'm speaking as an individual and representative of District 2, largely comprised of the western portion of our county, which is largely agricultural. And here's why I oppose the change. We've historically been associated with this Central Coast region that fits in line with our demographics. I can tell you firsthand, San Benito County residents absolutely don't want to be lumped in as an afterthought as part of the Silicon Valley region. Many people, in fact, moved to San Benito County to escape from Silicon Valley culture, and we're really proud of our agricultural heritage and agricultural identity. We truly are an agricultural community. We're a blue-collar community with a largely Latino population. We're not part of Silicon Valley in any way other than the fact that we border this region. Additionally, San Benito is strongly tied to other Central Coast communities in countless other ways, and this move would greatly diminish generations of relationships and associations and would lead to a cultural and political identity crisis for our community. In other words, San Benito County residents tend to think of Monterey and Santa Cruz as true neighbors and partners. The same cannot be said necessarily of Santa Clara County and Silicon Valley. That said, I strongly believe our county is a community of interest in its own right when you consider our largely Hispanic population, our demographics in general, our geography, and other areas of interest as they relate to the Central Coast. And we're a community of interest whose influence in Washington, D.C. would be vastly degraded under the proposed changes. Mind you, we already face significant disadvantages as a small rural community that must scrap every bit of political clout we can muster, which tends to be very little. Please don't quell our voice any further by lumping us in with a much more urbanized big city culture. Please keep San Benito County as part of the Central Coast Congressional District so we can maintain some semblance of a voice in national politics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now we will have a 055, and up next after that will be 042. 055, I'll be promoting you now. 055, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what area or what district map you would, district plan you will be discussing in region. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, commissioners, for listening to me. My name is Marjorie Hazlitt. I've lived in the Antelope Valleys for 40 years. I am a strong supporter of veterans. I do much, this will be Antelope Valley, which includes Santa Clarita and Simi Valley. I want to thank you all for extending the border up to the Kern County line, because there was a little section of the Antelope Valley that was in the other district. Thank you for doing that. But then we've also lost some of Simi Valley. Would you please include that again into this district? The Antelope Valley, as I learned last week at a Veterans Day event, one of the county people was speaking that they thought the veterans were well served throughout the county, and they said no, the Antelope Valley is the most supportive community. I know Simi Valley also has a strong veteran community. Veterans cross all socioeconomic and ethnic boundaries. I would like to see Simi Valley brought back into this district, and what was put into San Fernando Valley district, please remove us from that section, because we really do not have that much in common with San Fernando. It is more with Simi Valley. I would like to see that reinstated into this district. And again, thank you for the extension of the little section of the Antelope Valley that was in the other district. With that, thank you. Please support our veterans by making this a stronger veteran district. It was before, and now with this draft, it is not. I would like to see that again. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 042, and up next after that will be 062. 042, I'll be promoting you now. 042, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you will be addressing, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'm going to be talking about San Benito County and Monterey County, and specifically the map that was published on November 7th. Thank you, commissioners. It's an honor to join you to share my perspective and the perspective of the many of my constituents that call San Benito County home. My name is Betsy Dirks, and I currently serve as a member of the San Benito County Board of Supervisors. I've never engaged in the redistricting process, but after receiving many calls from my constituents regarding the most recent congressional maps, I felt compelled to speak today. We support the congressional maps released on November 2nd, which keep Eastern Monterey County, Salinas, the Salinas Valley, Watsonville, and San Benito County in the same congressional district. These are all similar communities that face similar issues. We do not, however, support the current maps, which tear us apart from our neighbors, which we have much in common with. We share similar government agencies, county alliances, transportation corridors, media markets, and a large Latino community, which has benefited from being represented by similar officials at the state and federal level. In fact, San Benito County and Monterey County are home to one of the largest farm worker communities in the country, and these communities should be kept whole. The maps introduced on November 7th remove San Benito County from our rural neighbors in Monterey County and add us into a congressional district that includes Silicon Valley and the city of San Jose, an area which we do not have anything in common with. We are strongly against the current lines as proposed. The current lines will do a tremendous disservice to our community and would dilute our voice at all levels of government. I have seen firsthand the direct benefit of working with our neighbors in Salinas, Watsonville, and the Salinas Valley. I ask you to please reconsider these lines and join San Benito County and Monterey County in the same congressional district. This is the right thing to do and will ensure that our local residents receive the best possible representation. I appreciate your time and your service to our state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now we will have 062, and up next after that will be 080. 062, I will be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you will please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Mark Creffield, President and CEO of the Greater High Desert Chamber of Commerce. I wanted to say that I served on our San Bernardino County Redistricting Commission, and I have a great deal of respect for your work. I wanted to comment on the draft congressional map, San Bernardino High Desert. Our organization sent a letter last week, and I felt it was essential to follow up. While this is not the map we presented to the commission, we feel this does do an excellent job of keeping San Bernardino County High Desert whole and connected. We think this is very important for several reasons. Still, one that doesn't get talked about much is how rural communities in the San Bernardino County High Desert and mountains depend on federal lands. Over 80% of the San Bernardino County High Desert lands are owned by the military, national parks, or the Bureau of Land Management. From the Morongo Basin to Phelan, our local economy is directly affected by the preservation and protection of these lands to help bring tourism and livable wage jobs to the desert. This is not true of communities around us in Los Angeles or the Valley. That is why we support congressional map, San Bernardino High Desert, because it gives rural communities affected by federal lands in the mountains and deserts a direct say in who represents them and will be a voice to advocate for those communities. Also, the map combines several rural communities that have critical infrastructural needs. Whether you are in the mountains or high desert, storms, flash floods, or wildfires can shut down small rural transit arteries like Highway 18 from Big Bear to Apple Valley, Highway 247 from Yucca Valley to Lucerne Valley, or Highway 38 from Big Bear to Yucaipa that connects our rural communities. We need a voice in ensuring we have the infrastructure our community need, which is why we support both the San Bernardino County High Desert Congressional Map and the Victor Valley High Desert Assembly Map. The only suggested change we have is to include Wrightwood with the rest of the tri-communities of Phelan and Pino Hills. This also balances both congressional map, San Bernardino High Desert, as well as CD 210. Thank you, and please see our letter for more information. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Right now we will have 080, and up next after that will be 048. 080, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm looking to address the San Gabriel Valley around CD 210.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Great. My name is Nancy Yap, and I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Asian Americans United for Self-Empowerment. I represent over 100 community leaders and 34 organizations serving the San Gabriel Valley today, a community that is both iconically LA and iconically Asian American. From social media influencers to foodie blogs, San Gabriel Valley is known for the businesses and neighborhoods that are home to one of the largest Asian American populations in the United States. Gathering community input, we heard passionate stories about the cities on these maps. Stories about churches, nonprofit services, family homes, and businesses, all within a few steps of each other and across multiple city lines. Stories about Asian American elected officials who came from these communities, some of the first Asian Americans to represent us locally and nationally. Yet here we are still fighting for the right to be recognized. We may not be 50% of the population in our district, but as a minority community, we should also be protected as we grow, build coalitions, amplify our voice, and bring leadership that has broader positive impact. In West San Gabriel Valley, the cities of Monterey Park, Alhambra, Rosemead, San Gabriel, San Marino, Temple City, and Arcadia have Asian American and Pacific Islander majority and should be in the same congressional district. All but San Marino are in the same Assembly and State Senate districts in the draft maps, yet the cities are split at the congressional level in a way that dilutes the political power of the Asian American community. The Asian American community in East San Gabriel Valley is also identifiable by retail plazas, churches, temples, and language schools. The communities of Hacienda Heights, Walnut, Roland Heights, and Diamond Bar should remain together in a district with neighborhoods that reflect similar economic conditions, which may cross county lines into North Orange County and San Bernardino. We ask the Commission to take these Asian American communities into consideration moving forward. They are both unique communities that are growing, and diluting the community in either area will set back organizing efforts by decades.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time and your service.
Thank you.
Right now we will have 048, and up next after that will be 040. 048, I'll be promoting you now. 048, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And the floor is yours.
I need to get to my speech. Okay. Dear Commissioners, thank you all for your thoughtful work. I'm from Joshua Tree, and I am a teacher, wife, and a mom to an 11-year-old. For weeks, the visualizations you created, I'm doing more COA. Yes, in the Eastern San Bernardino. For weeks, the visualizations you created appropriately placed the Morongo Basin with a Banning Pass in Western Coachella region, hence the name VCD More COA. However, on November 10th, the draft was drastically changed from the November 7th map to place the Morongo Basin back into a congressional district with the Victor Valley area. I strongly disagree with this and ask you to please return to the November 7th maps, connecting the Morongo Basin with the Coachella Valley. The Morongo Basin of about 60,000 represents the northern border of the Joshua Tree National Park Gateway communities, including Yucca Valley, 29 Palms, Joshua Tree, and the Morongo Valley, an area where incidentally Commissioner Ray Kennedy lives, and I'm sure understands firsthand how closely the Morongo Basin's economic, organizational, and social structures are tied to the Palm Springs Coachella Valley region. We don't even have a movie theater for the general public or an animal hospital. We use the hospitals, nursing facilities, schools, restaurants, and stores in the Coachella Valley Banning Pass. We also have a shared LGBTQ community that will be disenfranchised. We share an assembly district with the Coachella Valley, and gratefully, I appreciate the new state Senate drafts that finally bring the Morongo Basin into a district not based in Bakersfield. To my knowledge, the Morongo Basin has few links to the Victor Valley area in terms of shared needs, organizing, demography, or resources at the federal level. Though the Morongo Basin and the Joshua Tree National Park bring in millions to the federal park system, we often do not get representation at the federal level for issues related to the park, as demonstrated with the recent disastrous park closures and attempts at privatizing our water and lands. Additionally, Joshua Tree has lost almost 10% of its CVAP in the last year due to Airbnb and other short-term rentals. I ask the commission to please consider giving the
30
Morongo Basin
seconds.
and the Joshua Tree National Park proper representation for the next 10 years. Please change the CD Morcoa draft to return the Morongo Basin to at least the western cities in the Coachella Valley, if not the entire Gateway City community. To address population and VRA issues, I'm sure ones with higher pay can figure it out, but I suggest either adding more Colton population to the Vic Val High Desert map or returning to the Vic Val Morcoa maps of November 7th. Thank you again for your thoughtful.
Thank you.
And right now we will have a 040, and up next after that will be 064. 040, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district, plan, or region you'd like to address. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. I'm going to be focusing on map SCAL BREA, in Orange County, and later I'll be shifting to AVSCV. So again, good evening, commissioners. My name is Karen Diaz, and I'm the electoral field manager for the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, CHIRLA. For 35 years, it's been our mission at CHIRLA to achieve a just society fully inclusive for immigrants. CHIRLA has been one of the largest and most effective advocates for immigrants, organizing and educating and defending immigrant refugees in the streets and in the courts and in the House of Power. Today, I'm providing feedback on draft map CL BREA for Orange County and Los Angeles County draft map AVSCV. I want to start by saying that we appreciate the commission that has drawn an adjacent district north and west of the VRAC that allows the important immigrant communities of interest to remain whole, including the Garden Grove Westminster COI, the Amemsa COI spanning to South Buena Park, La Palma, Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos and Artesia in Los Angeles County, and the Korean American COI in North Buena Park and North Fullerton. In particular, this district allows the Amemsa COI to be held in Orange County-based districts, something that we consistently heard that was important to community leaders. Now shifting away from Orange County in the North Los Angeles County in the region of the Antelope Valley, the region where I lived ever since I moved to the United States from El Salvador in 2006 is something that's really important for me. So I want to uplift the configuration draft AVSCV. This draft map does a really good job of including all of Lancaster, which is something that's been really important to my community. And it does great by removing the portions of Simi Valley, which belong in Ventura County, and Porter Ranch, which doesn't, and that does not have anything in common with our community and have more in common with the more wealthier communities in West San Fernando Valley. One problem that we have identified in this draft map is that includes the city of Sylmar, which does not belong with our community, but is more part of the lower income immigrant communities in the East San Fernando Valley. We suggest a configuration that can be extended instead to California City. The Antelope Valley is a community of interest that shares a lot in common with the school district, transportation system, freeways, and a lot of commute times, as well as the need for access to healthcare for immigrant communities. We don't have any non-private hospitals. Again, thank you so much for the process. We have been working with a lot of community members, engaging them in the census regardless of their immigration status, and now we continue doing it through the redistricting process by uplifting testimonies of immigrants.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 064, and up next after that will be 050. 064, I will be promoting you now. (064), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, yes, I am talking on the Sacramento region.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
All right. Well, hello. As a resident from the Natomas in North Sacramento County, I wanted to call and thank the Commission for the work last week in the Sacramento region to keep our congressional district within Sacramento and not with Placer County. Previous maps have combined Sac County with Placer, and we are concerned because Sacramento is one of the most diverse cities in the state, and Placer does not really share that or celebrate that the way that Sacramento does. My family and I spend most of our time in Sacramento. My children go to the school in the Natomas Unified School District. We go to South Sac for restaurants to eat out on the weekends, downtown and West Sac area for entertainment like the Kings and Rivercats. Sacramento welcomes culture and it's reflected in our communities here. Sacramento is very different from those rural foothill towns and suburbs in Placer and El Dorado counties. I hope you can prevent Roseville and Placer from being put into Sacramento's.
It would appear that she lost her connectivity. I will keep an eye out for her unique ID.
Thank you, Katie.
Right now, we will be going to 050, and up next after that will be 041. 050. I will be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, or region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great. My name is Paul Joyner. I'm a city councilman in the city of Lincoln. I'm the chair of the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency, and I serve on the boards of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments and the California Council of Governments. I'd like to address the congressional district map for Placer Sac. And even though we lost our last commenter, I think that I will probably have the flip side of the coin on her comments. I do want to say, however, before I get started, while waiting in the queue and listening to the comments, it's become really clear what a Herculean effort all of you have agreed to take on. So on behalf of all of us, thank you and good luck. I'd also like to thank you for listening to Placer County and the many citizens who spoke up about keeping Placer largely whole with its neighboring counties of Nevada and El Dorado. We should be kept out of any Sacramento County map entirely. We are an entirely different county with very different needs. Western Placer is a rapidly growing area with the needs of a growing community that are not similar to those of a well-established Sacramento County. One area, however, that does need to be addressed, I think, is the Tahoe Basin. It should be kept together in any district, and I believe that includes the town of Truckee. Also taking a look at CD Norca map, I think Lassen may be better suited with Plumas and Placer County map, and more of Yuba could go with the Central District. And looking at Northern California, I think there are three distinct areas: the coast, the North Valley, meaning Siskiyou to Yuba Sutter, and then the mountain counties along Nevada. The assembly map needs the most work of any of these, and the Senate is largely correct. Placer and El Dorado counties should make up an entire assembly district. Having this weird east-west district doesn't make a lot of sense. I think you need to have the three counties, Nevada, Placer, and El Dorado, together that are so similar. Yuba and Sutter need to be together with the other farming communities as well in the North Valley. So again, thank you for being willing to take on this task, and thank you for listening.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
And we did have unique ID 064 rejoin us. I will be re-promoting you. And up next after that will be 041. 064, I will be promoting you again. You can now enable your audio and video again, and please continue.
I apologize for my service, but I'm almost done.
It's okay.
Sacramento is very different from those rural foothill towns and suburbs in Placer and El Dorado counties. I hope you can prevent Roseville and Placer from being put into Sacramento's Assembly and Senate District as well. If you have to connect them, I believe that Folsom is the closest, but the rest of Sacramento should stay together so we can have good representatives that appreciate our diversity and our values. And thank you again for taking my call today.
Thank you. Thank you for calling back.
And right now we will have 041. And up next after that, we will have 075. 041, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you will be addressing, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I will be providing feedback on congressional draft maps for Orange County. My name is Zoila Rodriguez, and I work with the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, CHIRLA. Our mission is to achieve a just society, fully inclusive immigrants. We have been working with the immigrant community in Orange County since 1997, and in 2019, we opened our office in San Juan Capistrano. In addition, we are a member of the People's Redistricting Alliance, a coalition of 16 community-based organizations established to promote a greater community voice in statewide and local redistricting processes here in Orange County. CHIRLA has engaged and empowered immigrant communities' voices through a redistricting campaign called Ponte en el Mapa, or Put Us on the Map. Since March of 2021, we have hosted 19 redistricting workshops and virtual in-person communities of interest presentations. We've had 388 attendees from CHIRLA's high school component, WISEUP, and college component, the California Dream Network, and immigrant families and workers. A total of 16 community members delivered their COI testimony statewide. Additionally, during the summer of 2021, CHIRLA launched a multi-pronged effort to capture testimonials and mapping submissions across various communities of interest for the redistricting process. Over 1,000 residents of various communities across LA County and Orange County had their say about what defines their community. The results created vivid pictures of residents in these areas, their experiences, and what they share in common in the communities they call home. We truly appreciate the Commission's recent shift to maintaining a federal Voting Rights Act district for the Latinx communities in the draft City Santa Ana that address the South Fullerton and West Anaheim communities of interest together with the aligned Santa Ana communities of interest. We'll be proposing minor tweaks to the district that bring in the South Fullerton west of Richmond Avenue, but are really happy with the direction you are taking. The one major problem we have identified is in the draft maps, City NOC Coast and City Inland OC, with the division of Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin Coy. You've heard from Alliance members about the importance of keeping this disproportionately immigrant communities whole. 30 seconds. And together, especially as one of the fastest growing major cities in the state is coming on its own. We are exploring alternatives to keep the COI together in an inland district, but recognize that keeping these communities whole may require more drawing into coastal districts. We want to emphasize that any changes to the Irvine area should be made without major changes to either of the City Santa Ana and City Silbrae drafts you've drawn so far. Thank you again for your hard work on this district. It's paying off.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 075, and up next after that will be 081. 075, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm addressing Orange County. My name is Jill, and I've been a resident for 11 years. Do you want me to start?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you to the commissioners for continuing to listen to Newport Beach, Orange County, and California residents. I'm also here to thank you for resisting the commenters who have insisted that the Orange County coast, is one-sided and must be in a single assembly, senate, and congressional district. The OC coast is an important consideration, but it's important to note that our coastal interests extend beyond Orange County to Long Beach and the San Diego County. The Orange County coast is also incredibly large. For example, the recent oil spill sent tar balls from Huntington Beach as far down the coast as Encinitas. We must also look at ties within Orange County. For example, my home in Newport Beach is in the same school district as our inland neighbors of Costa Mesa. Irvine and Laguna Beach have several community of interest ties with each other through the Laguna Canyon corridor, a major natural resource and fire hazard for both communities. Whether it is Little Saigon extending in to Huntington Beach or Irvine down to Laguna, we have incredible ties between our coastal and inland communities. Orange County is not divided by our coast and our inland communities. Levels of our government, including our Board of Supervisor districts and school districts, stretch from the coast to inland communities. The Huntington Beach Union High School District stretches from the coast to Westminster and Fountain Valley, for example. I mentioned Newport Mesa Unified School District earlier, which goes from inland from the coast, crossing the 405 freeway. The current lines are not perfect, but we must recognize our communities of interest that divide Orange County up, not by the coast or not the coast, but rather by our north, west, central, and south regions. As you fix current maps, please do not draw a monolithic Orange County coast. Please look at how we live
15.
in Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 081, and up next after that will be 059. 081. I'll be promoting you now. Unique ID 081, there appears to be some connectivity issues with promoting you to the audio and video option. I will be doing the audio only option at this time and asking you to unmute.
Oh, sorry. Sorry for that. I didn't realize that was my ID. Hi, my name's Allison Martin, and I'll be talking about North Orange County.
Perfect. The floor is yours.
Hi, I have lived in North Orange County for over 30 years, and everyone knows that it's an interconnected community. Particularly, I've lived in the city of Orange for over 30 years, and the other surrounding areas like Anaheim Hills, Brea, and Yorba Linda face really similar issues for traffic that we have, and we have major infrastructure concerns. We live in Orange, but we go to Brea, Anaheim Hills, Yorba Linda to dine, shop, see our friends and family. North Orange County shares a similar economy based on small businesses, retail, and I believe it makes our area a community of interest, and North Orange County should have one member of Congress that tackles all of our issues, especially our major infrastructure issues where the 55 and the 91 meet. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 059, and up next after that will be 065. 059, I'll be promoting you now. .059, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm looking at the Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita Valley map.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tony Maldonado, and I live in Santa Clarita. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to voice my opinions at such an important juncture. I'm certain that this has been quite an arduous event. Regarding the map for Santa Clarita, I recognize the difficulty in balancing the boundaries based on populations, as both LA and Ventura counties have suffered population losses. However, I'm recommending changes to our map to include Simi Valley and to remove the San Fernando Valley due to the following. 1, The Santa Clarita, Simi, and Antelope Valleys, which I shall refer to as the Tri-Valley, share infrastructure, housing, transportation, education allocation, fire hazard, water resources, and a joint aerospace industry. Together, the Tri-Valley has dealt with the pandemic similarly, has combined resources effectively in order to address natural disasters and the wildfire threats in our shared national forests, and is serviced by Southern California Edison for its electricity needs, whereas the city of Los Angeles, San Fernando Valley is serviced by the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. 2, the Tri-Valley are suburbs, ex-urban, and rural communities that complement one another and have integrated relationships due to the shared geography, demographics, culture, and community, whilst the San Fernando Valley is part of the city of Los Angeles and have nothing in common with us. Therefore, the balance that has existed historically would be quickly unraveled and create large dissatisfaction. 3, further, the San Fernando Valley shares different concerns and issues than the Tri-Valley. It's extremely important to highlight the fact that the area of the San Fernando Valley placed in our map has 1, a large lower income Latino community that would be entirely divorced from the city of Los Angeles' greater San Fernando Valley, which has a historically strong, well-connected Latino community that have worked tirelessly to having their needs and issues, including that of immigration, addressed for quite a long time. And 2, a large homeless population equal to other parts of the city of Los Angeles who have specific needs that differ greatly from the more affluent Tri-Valley, who have experienced very little homelessness. In conclusion, I believe that it would be completely unjustified and a large disservice to the residents of the San Fernando Valley
30 seconds.
to tie it with the Santa Clarita Valley, as that will create large disparities of wealth, as this area of the San Fernando Valley will not be able to effectively compete for federal resources if included with the Santa Clarita Valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now we will have 065. And up next after that will be 057. 065, I'll be promoting you now. (065). You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen, and you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan you and region you'd like to address. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm going to be addressing the Senate map in the Central Valley. This is the only time I was able to get an appointment, so sorry for the overlap. My name is Virginia Peñalosa, and I live in Fresno. I grew up in East Bakersfield, and I currently work in Fresno, and I went to UC Merced, so I know the valley. In the South Valley, from Merced to Fresno to Bakersfield, I encourage you to follow the law and draw strong and effective Latino VAR districts for the Assembly, Senate, and Congress. You have and will continue to hear a lot of conflicting public comment, especially here in the Valley. But your number one obligation must be creating strong and effective Latino VAR districts. I urge you to do so without hesitation and with full confidence that you're doing right by the overwhelming Latino majority in the Valley. You also have an obligation to keep communities of interest together, but the draft maps missed the mark. In the Senate draft map, you have removed Merced County from a strong Latino VRA district and even removed the county from the Valley, throwing it into a district with the Sierra region counties of Inyo, Mono, Calaveras, and Tuolumne. As a UC Merced alum, I was pretty shocked to see that, and I would urge you to bring Merced County back into the Valley District. UC Merced is a Hispanic serving institution, and the Valley fought so hard to secure a UC campus. UC Merced and Merced County need to be in a district with fellow Valley communities and not the Sierras. I strongly urge the Commission, in particular the two Valley Commissioners, to work towards creating stronger Latino VAR districts and keep our Valley communities out of districts with the Sierras. Look back at your November 2nd visualizations as better options for the Valley. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 057, and up next after that is 068. 057, I'll be promoting you now. (057), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm representing the 25th District, Santa Clarita. Good evening, Commissioners. It is wonderful to have the opportunity to speak today to all of you on the issue of the 25th Congressional District losing Simi Valley and being replaced with the San Fernando Valley instead. Our sister city of Simi Valley has lots of people living in their retirement due to the lower cost of living and suburban city instead of the higher density of the San Fernando Valley, where millions of people live. What makes the 25th Congressional District unique is the fact that we are a district in the outskirts of Los Angeles with beautiful suburban cities like Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, Lancaster, and Palmdale. We want to remain away from the large hustle and bustle that Los Angeles represents. So it does not make sense for our district to be lumped into Los Angeles. Additionally, we need a representative who will fight to keep our community safe from the threat of wildfires and prevent any further public safety power shutoffs that the San Fernando Valley doesn't face. I ask you all to please keep Simi Valley with Santa Clarita in the next district map and keep San Fernando with the rest of the San Fernando Valley. It makes sense for them and it makes sense for us. Thank you all so much for listening.
Thank you.
Right now we will have 068, and up next after that will be 047. 068, I'll be promoting you now. .068, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Please show Central Valley. Good evening. I assume most commissioners are familiar with the movie Transformers. If Transformers are robots in disguise, then your Central Valley lines are getting hijacked by congressional Republicans in disguise. Some of those attempts to manipulate are less than subtle. I'd hope commissioners could see through the suddenly deluge of testimony from the South Valley that was radically different from anything you've heard before. That it was less about communities and more about incumbents realizing what was happening to districts they consider their personal property. But please don't ignore the more subtle and longer planned attempts to manipulate your process. They are no less corruptive. On June 8th, Chair of the San Joaquin Board of Supervisors, Tom Patty, pushed a $380,000 consulting contract to hire the, quote, San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition to provide, quote, expertise congressional redistricting. In July, that contract was scrapped after it was revealed that the coalition had hired a campaign consultant for both the supervisor campaigns to lead the effort. Regrouping, Patty joined other supervisors in voting to create their own advisory group to prepare submissions for Congress, Senate, and Assembly. When asked about a conflict interest based on rumors of congressional run, Patty responded, quote, it really is interesting to me that through line that everyone says I'm running for Congress when I don't know any of these people. There is no public announcement that I'm running. I don't have a plan to run. However, by October 2nd, Patty was holding an exploratory congressional fundraiser with boxer Mike Tyson. The rumor now open fact didn't stop Patty. On October 7th, he not only voted on the San Joaquin Assembly, Senate, and congressional map submissions you are familiar with, he chaired the meeting. Nor did it stop him from personally submitting written testimony on November 3rd. And the commission
30 seconds.
Judge the coincidence itself. You voted on the maps on December 10th, and yesterday Tom Padley formally announced his run for Congress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now we will have 047, and up next after that will be 071. 047, I'll be promoting you now. .047, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. I'd like to see the Fresno-Tulare map. The city of Fresno does not belong in the Fresno-Tulare Congressional District draft. As a resident of rural Fresno County, I understand how different the city's urban population is from the rest of the district's rural communities. The city of Fresno should be included in a district like Stan Fresno, where it will share representation from the Fresno County Board of Supervisors and the Fresno City Council and not disrupt the Fresno-Tulare District's rural communities of interest. Instead, the Fresno-Tulare District should include more of rural Kings or Tulare counties, which are far more similar to the rural communities in Fresno like mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right now we will have 071, and up next after that will be 046. 071, I'll be promoting you now. (071), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, or region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Yes, I'd like to address NELA, please, so Northeast Los Angeles. Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So good evening, commissioners. I wanted to give you two pieces of credit and one strong critique. First, in the recent weeks, I want to thank you for recognizing that despite any recent trends, communities like Eagle Rock, Highland Park, Lincoln Heights, and El Sereno, and historic and important foundations to Los Angeles' Latino community. Second, I want to congratulate you on the Senate district that recognized that recognition that led you to create the current district. While there are steps you can take to further strengthen the seat, your SDNELA preserves an existing opportunity for Latinos to elect the candidate of their choice, which leads me to my criticism. In an area where you drew a 47% Latino CVAP Senate district, you should at least be able to draw one Latino majority district and a Latino opportunity district. It's not two Latino majority districts, but instead you have drawn a 62% Latino assembly seat and nothing. Two neighboring assembly districts to the north and west have 24%, 33%, and 41% Latino CVAP. This is a textbook cracking drawing one Latino district where you can and should draw two. If your justification is council's conclusion that all three jingle tests are not met, commissioners should take control of their commission and refuse to vote for a plan until the foundation of that conclusion is laid bare for public scrutiny. Otherwise, you need to go back and revisit your plans. You need to break up your N10 district where you are inextricably drawing a new opportunity district for white voters. I will be submitting a map using QGIS, but as just one example of how this could be done, if you give Koreatown to NELA, while giving the remaining areas north of Olympic to Glen, LA, and south to 110 LA, you would free up areas like Eagle Rock to the north and Central Alameda to NELA.
30
This
seconds.
would then give you enough people to draw two Latino majority districts while still drawing your Glendale and African American districts. You can restore a Latino majority district in Los Angeles using your existing architecture. Please, please don't let this go by. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now we will have 046, and up next after that is 052. I'd like to invite unique ID 056, 069, 071, and 077 to please use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen as you have a slot during this session number 2. Right now 046, I'll be promoting you. (046), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Good evening. I'll be addressing the Cupertino draft as well as the Midcoast draft. Dear members of the Redistricting Commission, I wanted to voice my discontent of the boundaries as drawn in the Cupertino draft congressional district for the Cupertino Mass as pertaining to San Benito County. My name is B. Gonzalez, and I am a resident of Hollister, San Benito County. I am also a supervisor for the Board of Supervisors for San Benito County, District 5. I want to echo my concerns of Speaker 049 and 042. I thank you for your diligent work, but I ask that you go back to the drawing board and protect the communities of interest as required by law. These new boundaries fail to keep the communities of interest intact, thereby creating a bias and unfairness to the region's south, namely San Benito County. These newly drawn maps ignore the historic nature of a rural and agricultural community that we have in common with Monterey County. The new map places us dead center with an urban community of Santa Clara County, a region that we have very little in common. These new boundaries will create undue bias against San Benito County, and it will dilute our voice and our concern from our rural communities. It must be noted that we are predominantly agricultural based. I feel like you have not listened to our community and you are not looking at the totality of circumstances. We are connected to Monterey County by associations like AMBAG, RCRC, and the 3Cs Power. We have historic relationships that will be jeopardized if these newly drawn maps are allowed to remain. Though we share a transportation corridor of the US Highway 101 with Santa Clara County, we are an agricultural-based community and we are more akin to Monterey County than we can ever be with Santa Clara. Please continue to keep our rural communities of Monterey County and San Benito County intact, where our political, cultural, rural, and legal voice has been protected in the past. I urge you to go back to the drawing board and protect our communities of interest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now we will have 052, and up next after that will be 079. 052, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, so I live in the San Fernando Valley community. I attend college there, and I was wondering to talk to you guys about the District 25 and District 30. Thanks for letting me speak for my community, and I'm working to help you guys work so hard throughout this process. I know this must be a really long process for you guys, and great job for listening. I know you guys have to balance out all the populations correctly and draw lines, but those lines have to be drawn correctly because after all, they're not just lines, they're also communities and connections that people have and certain priorities that people have. So I live in the San Fernando Valley, and I saw the recent congressional map where the 25th district would replace Simi Valley with the rest of my community. My community is currently split between the 30th district and I think the 27th district, and they better serve our community because we are share similar values such as trying to solve the problem of homelessness and crime that we share within our community, and lumping us together with the rest of Santa Clarita, Palmdale, and Lancaster would not serve our priorities correctly. They are less densely packed. They share different values than us, and I would prefer that we be kept in the San Fernando Valley as a whole. And I think Palmdale is about an hour away from me, and the only value I share with them is maybe they're Dodger fans. So I don't think that we would be very well served keeping my community in the 25th district. So I plead with you guys that you guys keep Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, Antelope Valley all together and keep the San Fernando Valley in our own district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now we will have 079, and up next after that will be 069. 079, I'll be promoting you now. .079, it would appear there'd be a connectivity issue for the audio and video option. We will be doing the audio only option at this time. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's
Can
okay.
you hear me?
We sure can. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. I apologize for that. Hello, Commission. I'm going to speak on the assembly drafts for the Central Valley. My name is Jessica, and I live in the city of Fresno. The assembly draft splits the city of Fresno into 3 districts in a way that does not make sense for our community. Merced Fresno draft separates a piece of Northwest Fresno on the other side of Highway 99 away from the rest of the city. This area already feels neglected by the city, and putting them in another district only furthers that sentiment. The Cala Inyo draft has a population base in North Fresno and Clovis, but the name of the district doesn't even reference Fresno or Clovis because it is so big and sprawling. In this draft, you put us in the huge mountain district with Alpine, Tuolumne, Inyo, and Mono. I assure you that Fresno has little in common with Inyo and Mono counties. The Fresno draft is actually the biggest problem, and if you fix it, this will be the key to fixing other districts. This draft takes in too many competing communities of interest, and it also includes the wealthy county islands of Old Fig Garden and Sunnyside. Take a harder and larger look at these demographics and the median home prices of Old Fig Garden and Sunnyside. You will see that they do not belong in a South district with working class and rural residents. I strongly encourage you to go back to the November 2nd visualizations because they did a much better job of creating strong and cohesive districts for the Fresno area and the Valley overall. The South Fresno district from November 2nd had a strong 55% Latino VRA with diverse urban and rural communities. You must prioritize the Latino VRA and work to get the 53% back to 55. To do this, it means you're going to have to exclude some communities of interest from the district. It's time for hard choices. The East Fresno district from November 2nd has compact and was cohesive in putting North Fresno and Clovis in the district, with the eastern parts of Fresno County stopping at our county border. This made sense because North Fresno and Clovis share a school district, and many families in the area have second homes in Shaver Lake and Huntington Lake areas. Thank you for your work, and I urge you to do better for the Central Valley. Please go back to the November 2nd visualizations and make it your #1 priority to create a strong Latino VRA districts because the Latino community is the majority in Fresno. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right now will be 0. Looks like unique ID 077 and unique ID 079 if you didn't mean to lower your hand. Or I'm sorry, 077 if you did not mean to lower your hand. If you will please use the raise your hand button again. There we are. Right now we will have 077 and up next will be 069. Unique ID 077, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. I would like to talk about Modesto today. The Commission is proposing separating Modesto from the Valley in both the congressional and Senate maps, and I really hope you fix it. It's even more disappointing than Modesto, a disadvantaged community, which was split in half. So there's a part in the district that goes all the way to the Nevada border with Tahoe, inclusive of Death Valley. Modesto is a disadvantaged community and it needs a stronger voice to get the services we need. Ideally, we would be part of a district with other disadvantaged cities that need investment in critical services like child care, drug intervention, juvenile justice, and child welfare. I'm a social worker residing in San Joaquin County, but I work and have many years in Stanislaus County. I don't think we're going to get attention when half of our city is half of Modesto is put into a district that goes all the way to the Sierras. Those are small towns. Modesto is like a big city compared to them. We have different priorities, and frankly, we're going to be ignored if that happens. Please keep Modesto with other cities in the Central Valley on the Valley floor and take us out of the Sierras district. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now, we will have unique ID 069. I'll be promoting you now. (069), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, San Diego County, please. I'm a community organizer in San Diego County, and I'd like to talk about the communities of color that I've worked with as an organizer for about a decade and a half, and how the draft congressional maps could best reflect these. Locally, the AAPI community has come together to advocate for community of interest within San Diego that should be reflected in all the maps at every level of government. The community of interest includes Mira Mesa, Rancho Penasquitas, Carmel Valley, University City, UCSD campus, and the Convoy Business District. Two important pieces that I'd like to lift up are the UCSD campus and Convoy. First, please don't try to divide the UCSD community with the 5 freeway, the way some commissioners did in the city's redistricting plan. Also, when it comes to the student housing at UCSD, many live in Mira Mesa and UTC because they are more affordable than like the La Jolla's and the surrounding some of the surrounding areas. And the Convoy Business District, right off the 52 between the 163 and the 805, is the center of AAPI culture, food, entertainment, heritage. So basically everyone from these other communities north of the 52 rely on Convoy for this. And the next issue I would like to address is the SESDC district, which dilutes the communities of color in City Heights, La Mesa, and Rancho Penasquitas. The rural East County areas from SESDC should be put back into the SWRIV NSD district. They're more rural, contain tribal lands and mountains, deserts, very different than City Heights. SESDC washes out City Heights' voice when it should be in an urban district with other San Diego and South Bay communities. So please connect the AAPI community along the 56 corridor, like in the city's communities collaboration plan, and please combine the very rural parts of SESDC and SWRIV NSD to power tribal lands while not drowning out City Heights. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite unique ID 056 to please use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. I will be promoting you now. (056). You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what region you'd like to address in district plan, the floor is yours.
I was trying to
056, if you could please get a little closer to your microphone.
Yeah, I'm trying to start my video, but it's not letting me for some reason. So my comments have to do with statewide, and I was trying to show you a map that I had printed out, but I'll just keep talking until I run out of time because I have a lot to say. So I had the pleasure of presenting to you October 23rd, and the first thing I want to say is that because the district deviations on your draft plan are so large that when you try to drive them to zero, you're going to encounter a lot of issues. So I want to highlight a couple of the things that you're going to run into. The first is that I know there's a desire not to split Sacramento County into more than 3 districts. However, if you don't, then I think you're going to find that you'll be forced into very strange and inappropriate community of interest pairings. So please keep that in mind. I have tried to fix up your draft to drive the Northern California and Central Valley districts to zero and to come up with some better pairings in accordance with the quality testimony that you've received. I tried to fix up some of the bad city splits, which I'll be submitting more details and written testimony. So please look for that. This is Margaret Okuki speaking. And one thing to be aware of is that there are various hard county line stops that you seem to have in your plan. But I think what you'll find is that we're going to need to cross over from Kern County into northern LA County. Most likely we'll need to do that. Otherwise, because there's a population of about 37,000 people, that you'll, at the end of the day, you'll end up with, or possibly more, depending on which hard boundary you decide to maintain. And the Modesto, I drew a district that paired Modesto and Merced. We received very compelling testimony, I thought, calling for Modesto and Merced to be paired together. So I drew a district that did that. The one thing I'm not sure about is that it does not have majority Latino CVAP. So if that is a requirement, then you're going to need to rejigger those lines a bit. But I hope you will look for my written testimony, which I will be submitting hopefully later tonight.
And Chair, we are up against our dinner break.
All right, if we're at time and none of our registered callers are there, then we will take a 30-minute lunch break and return at 6:45. Thank you for everyone that's called in so far. I hope to see you when we return. Good evening, California, and welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission Public Map Input Session regarding our congressional draft maps. We are going to return to receiving comments from our registered callers, and when that's completed, we will take public input. We'll take public comments. So I will return you to Katie, our comment moderator.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome to the Congressional Map Feedback Session. If you've not done so already, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If your unique ID ends anywhere from 001 through 104, again, that is 001 through 104. Please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. You will be identified by the assigned unique ID number received in your invite for this session. When it is your turn to speak, I will be promoting you to have the ability to enable your own video and/or audio, which will be located in the lower left corner of your screen once you are promoted. Public input time limit is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You will receive a verbal warning at 30 seconds remaining and 15 seconds remaining in your speaking time. There will also be an active timer on the screen for your convenience. When you start your input, please identify which district plan and region you will be providing input on. And one more time, please use the raise your hand button for those with the unique ID ending from 001 through 104. We will be starting with 070, and up next after that will be 099. 070, I will be promoting you now. 070, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you will be addressing, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
All right, I'm addressing the North Coast and North Bay intact for the Assembly draft map. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Leanne Townsend, and I was born and raised in San Francisco. My husband and I moved to Marin in 1999 and still reside here. We raised our children in Mill Valley in public schools, and we now live in San Rafael. I grew up in low-income housing in the city. I identify as multiracial. Currently, I'm employed as a library aide and a book clerk. All three of my children work as public front-facing employees. I'm calling to thank you for keeping the North Coast and North Bay intact for the Assembly draft map. Thank you for not dividing our community by crossing the Golden Gate Bridge into San Francisco. This important choice you made ensures our communities of interest are kept together and respected. One issue about which I'm passionate is housing. Based on the brief history I outlined, I am very concerned about the future my own grown children have here as residents. Marin and Sonoma are closely linked in terms of housing needs and the effort to address the housing needs for those who work here but cannot afford to live here. Working together, we can gain traction in addressing this. Many in our communities have already collaborated to make the area affordable, safer, and vital. We understand the unique balance necessary to keeping an intact coastline, a vital tourist economy, humane agriculture, all while trying to house those who work here. It's an ongoing and important battle, which requires communication and understanding of our shared history and respect for all the work that has already been done. This crisis looks very different in Marin and Sonoma counties and those same issues in dense, urban, and heavily populated areas like San Francisco. Keeping these areas separate in legislative districts will ensure that our representatives can grasp our specific needs and make real change. The work that has already been done will not have been wasted. In looking at your maps, another thing I noticed was how you were able to keep our neighboring Napa and Solano counties whole. I'm sure those communities are also pleased by this cohesion. And as a matter of fact, I have relatives who live in Solano and Napa counties, as they also have similar housing, wildfire, and water needs. I understand that California's public and transparent redistricting process requires that the maps evolve based upon public input. But I want to assure you that you have already heard from our countless stakeholders in the North Bay, and these maps reflect their needs. Thus, you have reached a very good point in the map evolution for Marin, Sonoma, Solano, and Napa counties. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Right now, we will have unique ID 103, and up next after that will be 095. 103, I'll be promoting you now. (103). You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Isaac, and I'm calling from Long Beach. First of all, I just want to thank the commission for keeping our city intact during these draft maps. I know you've all been very busy over the last few months, and you've been hearing comments from all over the state, but I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to our concerns and taking them to heart. For the past 10 years, Long Beach has been largely kept whole in our different districts, and it's allowed us to elect strong representatives from our community that look out for our interests and our needs in both Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. We want to continue this kind of representation and stay together as much as possible, and continue as you continue to draw these lines, as you continue to have meetings in the commission. Thank you again for all the work you're doing, and please keep Long Beach as united as possible in the congressional draft maps. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right, now we will be going to 099, and up next after that will be 094. 099, I'll be promoting you now. (099), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'll be addressing, the floor is yours.
I'd like to speak about the Congressional District 25, Santa Clarita, Antelope Valleys. Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on the 25th Congressional District map, which no longer has Simi Valley in it. Instead, it has the city of Los Angeles. The San Fernando Valley is part of the city of Los Angeles, the second most populated city in the United States, while Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, and the cities in the Antelope Valley in the 25th District are all small urban areas away from metropolitan Los Angeles. I understand that some people say that the San Fernando Valley should be part of the district because people sometimes drive there from our area. The fact of the matter is that our aerospace industry in the Antelope Valley is an economic powerhouse to our district all the way to Simi Valley. And it wouldn't be fair to exclude them from the 25th District in favor of the city of Los Angeles. So I ask you that you please keep our suburban communities away from the city of Los Angeles's San Fernando Valley. They need their own representation, just like we need ours here in Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, and the Antelope Valley. Santa Clarita and Simi Valley have similar demographics in terms of home ownership, home prices, education, both at the high school and college levels, the numbers of the population in the workforce, median income, crime rates, and I could go on. In each of these areas, both Santa Clarita and Simi Valley are very different from the San Fernando Valley.
30 seconds.
I ask you again, please keep the cities of Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, and all the cities in the Antelope Valley together because they are very similar. and very different from those in the Los
15.
Angeles city, including the San Fernando Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And right now we will be going to 094, and up next after that will be 090. 094, I'll be promoting you now. (094), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Bob Gardner. I'm on the Mono County Board of Supervisors. The map would be CDECA draft, the Eastern Sierra area. Yes, that's it. Over a series of meetings this summer and fall, our Sierra Nevada citizens attended multiple meetings and gave comments that said we needed a mountain district. The commission themselves, as I understand, spent time talking about how special the Sierra Nevada region is. We've explained that our recreation-based economy from Inyo County to Sierra County is unique, and that across the Sierra we face the same challenges of being stewards of wilderness and public federal lands, often without adequate funding to care for it properly. And we also face the rural challenges of inadequate access to broadband and other infrastructure. We discussed the fact that we travel north on Highway 395 to reach routes 50 and 80 to access the rest of California, and there is literally no other route. So a trip to Fresno, which is 79 miles as the crow flies, is a 379-mile trip by car. A trip to Modesto is 278 miles. In no way can those areas be considered contiguous. We also travel to Reno for airport access and healthcare, because we don't have it in our small communities. We understand certainly that achieving the population target presents a challenge. So we've shown with the maps we've submitted that we can achieve this by going further into either Placer County towards Roseville or into Nevada County. Both of these would best achieve the goal of maintaining the Sierra character of the district above all the other options you've considered. Therefore, we were surprised and shocked when we learned that the maps were redrawn essentially from scratch with no regard for all the effort we had put in. We know that our part of California is literally caught between a rock and a hard place. The rock is the ridge of the Sierra Nevada, which has no road across it, and the hard place is Nevada state border. There's no option for us in our district except to go north or south, and the only reasonable community of interest is the rest of the Sierra. My colleagues have submitted another map of the district that is tenable and would be fair for the Sierra Nevada. I hope that the commission will reconsider the current maps that we have seen and go back to DCD ECA 1102 and VAD ECA 1107. I appreciate your thoughtful work and certainly look forward to seeing the results. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 090, and up next after that will be 083. 090, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'd like to address Congressional District NORCA, in particular Siskiyou County. Thank you. Hello, my name is Ryan Walker. I am the president of the Siskiyou County Farm Bureau and chairman of the Shasta Valley Resource Conservation District. I'd like to thank the commission for keeping Siskiyou County unified in one Intermountain district in the new draft. Agriculture represents the largest single industry in Siskiyou County. An earlier draft put the congressional redistricting of Siskiyou County to be split along Interstate 5, separating two primary agricultural regions, Shasta Valley and Scott Valley. Such a split would dilute the voice of Siskiyou County agriculture and prevent Siskiyou County voters from speaking with a single voice. Under the earlier proposed split, Scott Valley alfalfa and grass producers would no longer be able to aggregate their voices with similar growers in Siskiyou, Modoc, and Lassen counties. Instead, they'd be placed in a district with virtually no other commercial forage agricultural ground. Furthermore, the primary issues of concern in Western Siskiyou County fit better with the concerns of the Intermountain region of California. Most notably, Western Siskiyou County has been the location of multiple large wildfires in the past decade. To place Western Siskiyou County in a coastal congressional district with little wildfire risk would severely limit our county's ability to advocate for wildfire-related public policy. In addition, we are geographically and economically tied to the northern Sacramento Valley. Our alfalfa travels to dairies and compressors in Chico and Woodland. Our livestock sells in Orland. Many of our medical providers are located in Redding. The traveling time from Wairika to Arcata exceeds 4 hours each way by a 2-lane winding highway that often closes for landslides. Such a traveling distance would make in-person access to our elected representative unreasonably difficult. It is unlikely that a field office would be placed in Wairika to service what would be less than 2% of the district's voters. Finally, any split along Interstate 5 is particularly egregious because it would split between 2 congressional districts, the communities of Hornbrook, Wairika, Grenada, Gazelle, Weed, Mount Shasta, and Dunsmuir. That represents over half the towns in Siskiyou County. Splitting a rural county, as well as most of its municipalities, clearly violates the basic tenets of fair redistricting. I would also note that it appears to be virtually no other rural county that is split down the middle on the draft maps between districts, and certainly no other small rural communities. I request that the Commission keep Siskiyou County and its communities unified and connected to the Intermountain region. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 083, and up next after that will be 100. 083, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please let the mapper know what district, plant, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of Sutter, Butte, and Yuba counties. My name is Andrew Stresser. I'm the General Manager of Levy District 1 in Sutter County. Levy District 1 is the oldest operating publicly funded levy district in California, beginning in 1868. For more than 150 years, Levy District 1 is providing flood protection for Sutter counties by operating and maintaining levees along the Feather River West Levee. I want to talk to you how deeply integrated Sutter County levee system is with Butte and Yuba counties, where we share the same river system, the Feather River, and work together on flood control issues. As many of you know, Yuba and Sutter counties were devastated by floods during the levee failures of 1955, 1986, and 1997. And our most recent scare in 2017, when the Oroville Dam spillway broke apart. This event forced an evacuation of nearly 200,000 people from Butte, Yuba, and Sutter counties. The Oroville Dam crisis tested the strength of our levees and once again had flood managers in the 3 counties coordinating efforts to manage the high water. The coordination between our local communities has proven to be a successful model for flood fights. After the passage of Prop 1E funds in 2006, Sutter and Butte counties flood experts got together to form the Sutter Butte Flood Control Agency, a JPA. The flood agency worked together to pass an assessment in 2010 where residents in Butte and Sutter counties pay into a fund to rehabilitate 44 miles of levees along the 2 counties, which is adjacent to the Feather River West Levee. This cross-county collaboration was essential in maximizing construction dollars and ensuring that the entire region is protected from future flood events. Moving forward, the Sutter Butte Flood Control Agency continued to operate and is now collaborating on ways to further enhance flood protection in the area. I believe it is imperative that we have representatives that will prioritize flood control issues and who understand the inner workings of how Yuba, Sutter, and Butte counties' water system works together. There's so much at stake, and
30 seconds.
We need advocates who will be focused on these valley and river issues. Unnecessarily placing our rural ag communities in areas like Granite Bay and the mountain communities would not bring much effort to our area. I sincerely hope you take this into your consideration. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 100, and up next after that will be 095. 100, I will be promoting you now. 100, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. My name is Andy, and I'm calling today about my community of Long Beach. I know this commission has heard a lot of input from my area, and I want to thank you, not just for all of your hard work, but for giving residents like myself a meaningful chance to participate in the process. I'm grateful that you have each heard our concerns and done your best to incorporate them into these draft maps. Long Beach has spoken with one voice, and I think you can see that unity reflected in these proposed districts. My neighborhood and I have asked that as much of our city as possible be kept in the same district and that we share representation with similar communities. And I'd like to reiterate these priorities this evening. All three of the draft maps for our area accomplish this. And I want to echo some of the commissioners who have spoken about crossing the Orange County border in our district to help keep coastal cities and other communities on our border with similar neighborhoods in Long Beach. To face the challenges ahead of us, we need representatives that understand the issues we face, from housing affordability to environmental protection and the health of our coastline. We also need leaders that know what it takes to be a part of the solutions for Long Beach residents and our surrounding community. I think these maps give us the power to do that. And I want to respectfully ask the commission to keep supporting our needs by uniting as much of Long Beach as possible in your final drafts. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to present to you, and please continue to keep communities like Long Beach as together as possible. And thank you for all of your hard work as a commission.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 095, and up next after that will be unique ID 082. I'd also like to invite unique ID 013 and 098 to please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen if you wish to give comment. 095, I'll be promoting you now. .095, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours. And one more time, unique ID 095, the floor is yours.
Oh my God.
You are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, wonderful. So sorry. My name is Deborah, and I'm going to be talking today about South Orange County and North San Diego County. Good evening, commissioners. I find it extremely difficult to understand why the commission has drastically changed the current congressional district. What should be a minor tweaking of congressional borders have morphed into changes that appear to be gerrymandered. Please consider the intersectionality of these cities in each of the districts. There seems to be more of an emphasis on keeping the total population equal rather than make sure the cities in each district have commonalities. Chino Hills, Yorba Linda, Placenta share very little interest with Mission Viejo, part of Irvine, Tustin, North Tustin, and Lake Forest. It's like comparing apples and oranges. But the cities of Irvine, Tustin, North Tustin, Lake Forest, Mission Viejo, Laguna Hills, and Laguna Woods do share many of the same commonalities. We attend the same school districts. CIF teams are with these cities. Youth sports like Little League and AYSO regions. We go to the same hospitals. And the most overlooked factor is the impact of the 55 and older communities. Laguna Woods, Palmia, and Costa del Sol should be together. We shop at the same malls. We deal with the same amount of traffic. While the focus on mapping out this district is essential to consider the collective interests and commonalities. Coastal cities of Laguna Beach to UC San Diego and the Scripps Institute should also round out the parts of San Juan Capistrano all the way down to Del Mar and more. Fallbrook should not be part of this district. The final report in the 2010 Citizens Redistricting Commission recommended that San Onofre, Camp Pendleton be with the northern county beaches. There's a lot of concern about the nuclear waste, erosion of the beaches. They all understand the importance of tourism. Commissioner Sine not long ago stated that the inland cities of Encinitas and Fallbrook should not be part of the same district. I concur with Commissioner Sine that the uniqueness of these coastal beaches would be best be served if they stayed together. Thank you for your service and your efforts to do what's right for all 52 congressional districts.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 082, and up next after that will be 084. 082, I'll be promoting you now. (082), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'll be addressing, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Thank you very much. My name is Scott Sedgley. I'm the mayor of Napa. And this is in reference to the 5th Congressional District on the 11-10-21 maps. Napa Lake, Yolo, and Eastern Sonoma County. As mayor, I've been involved with 2 districting exercises. We had to go from at-large elections in our city of Napa to districts. We did that prior to the 2020 census. And so now here we find ourselves after the 2020 census doing this similar exercise. But a big part of that is communities of interest. And so, you know, what we did in our city is obviously the neighborhoods and those areas that have those community of interests are important, as is population. I look at Congressional District 5 the same way. Napa, Sonoma, Lake, we have a lot in common, and Yolo, Eastern Sonoma with agriculture. And, you know, that's what keeps our communities, our economic engine strong and going and healthy. And I want to thank you for the recent map that kept us whole as part of our neighboring counties that we have so much in common together. So I'm supporting that the latest visualization of 11-10-21, and I want to thank you very much for considering those communities of interests and keeping us whole. That's my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 084, and up next after that will be 093. 084, I'll be promoting you now. (084), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'll be addressing, the floor is yours.
Thank you and good evening. I'm speaking this evening in regards to the congressional districts of Midcoast and Cupertino. My name is Bob Tiffany, and I'm a San Benito County supervisor. With the November 10th release of the proposed maps, I'm extremely concerned with your placement of San Benito County within the Cupertino Congressional District. I'm calling to strongly urge you to move San Benito County back into the Midcoast Congressional District. Historically, going back generations, San Benito County has always been aligned with and in the same congressional district as Monterey County and the Central Coast. In fact, prior to 1874, when it became its own county, San Benito was part of Monterey County. Instead, the proposed maps disregard the many overlapping areas and communities of interest that San Benito and Monterey counties share. First and foremost, it starts with our economic and cultural base of agriculture. The prime ag areas of the Salinas Valley, San Juan Valley, and Hollister grow the same crops and are home to thousands of farm workers. We have shared regional issues of equity, transportation, housing, water, and other natural resources. Both counties are largely rural in character and nature. Furthermore, our counties and cities work closely together in the tri-county areas of Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito on joint agency planning issues and projects through regional organizations such as the Association of Monterey Area Group, or AMBAG, the Monterey Bay Air Resources District, the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, and the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. And most importantly, in regards to a congressional district, we coordinate our efforts to receive critical federal assistance. Placing San Benito, a small rural county of roughly 65,000, in the Cupertino Congressional District would not only sever these extremely important and historical ties to the Central Coast, but it would mean that we would lose our voice of shared community interests, drowned out by a much more densely populated and urban area. It will have a devastating impact on our entire county. Once again, I strongly urge that San Benito County be moved back into the Mid-Coast Congressional District. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 093, and up next after that will be 101. 093, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Nahid, and I am calling about the region in North LA County and Eastern Ventura County. Okay. Good evening, and thank you so much for taking this difficult task of redistricting. It's not easy to balance the needs of various diverse communities that call California home. Wanted to make a general comment about the area that's AV-SCV and SFV and Malibu SFV. This is a very diverse area where you have a variety of community interests at play. What I noticed in your maps and comparing to our current congressional districts is the current one is much better aligned with the common interests that these communities have. For example, Porter Ranch in northwestern San Fernando Valley has very little in common with the coastal community of Malibu. They have different climates, different demographics, housing prices. One has a coastal concern, one has an inland fire concern and traffic issues. So it's going to drown things out. Similarly, what we noticed is Santa Clarita is now lumped in with northern San Fernando Valley, Sylmar area, and Sylmar, which naturally fits in well and is currently in the San Fernando Valley congressional district, is now lumped in with Santa Clarita. And so you literally could be walking across the street and be in a different congressional district in a highly dense area. I would urge you to keep Santa Clarita and Simi Valley together. They are both demographically very similar. They have similar income levels. They are further in and they're not as densely populated as the rest of LA County that they're being lumped in with. And it'll ensure that those communities are not drowned out by more densely populated areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 101, and up next after that will be 102. 101, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and what region you'll be addressing, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Excellent. My name is Mark, and I'm calling about the Long Beach Congressional District, or LB North draft and the most current map. Just want to start off by thanking the commission for all your hard work and this unenviable task, and for respecting the wishes of the Long Beach community and keeping our city together for the most part through this redistricting process. I really appreciate that you've reunited more of Long Beach in these draft congressional maps. Appreciate that you're listening to the residents of Long Beach, and I especially want to thank Commissioner Kennedy in this process. I'm hoping you'll please continue to work with the residents of our city and keep Long Beach together as much as possible, especially keeping our critical assets, the airport, our port, our coast, downtown together with key residential areas. And I understand that this is still, these maps are still under development. And so as you refine them over the next few weeks, please also know that Long Beach has been well served in the past in the current maps, which keep Long Beach together and link it with northern coastal Orange County. We share coastal erosion challenges, sea level rise concerns, and a strong interest in preserving wetlands that extend from Bolsa Chica through Seal Beach and into Long Beach, especially since wetlands preservation, coastal erosion, and flooding are all things under the authority of the Federal Army Corps of Engineers. It would be great for us to have a connected representation through Congress as well. So again, I just want to stress we appreciate everything that you're doing and working to keep Long Beach together. And if you do need to shift maps, I just want to say that we've been well served by the current arrangement that links Long Beach, keeps Long Beach together, but links us with Seal Beach and the northern Orange County coastal cities. So thanks again and have a good evening.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 102, and up next after that will be 096. 102, I will be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan you would like to address and the region, the floor is yours.
The region would be Long Beach. My name is Navon Watson, and I'm calling in to represent Long Beach City College. We'd like to thank the commission for putting both of our community college campuses back into a single congressional district. It means a lot to us and our 24,000 students. Commissioners Kennedy, Turner, and Sadwani, we want to especially thank you for taking our feedback into account. We understand all of you have a lot of decisions to make in the next few weeks. The Long Beach Community College District respectfully requests that you keep our college campuses in the same congressional district. We depend on a lot of grant funding, and our students depend on financial aid, and much of that work is done at the congressional level of government, which is wise and important for us to have a congressional district that is connected in a way that makes sense for our students. Thank you for everything that you are doing. We appreciate each of you, and thank you so much for your decisions in the upcoming weeks.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 096, and up next after that will be 086. Oh, one moment. 096, I will be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan or region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I am interested in addressing Congressional District CA1 in Northern California, also known as Siskiyou County. Very top of the state. Yes. So I am a member of the Shasta Indian Nation. And Siskiyou County, what's presently known as Siskiyou County, has been the Aboriginal territory and homelands to Shasta people since time immemorial. We have multiple bands of Shasta-speaking Indians that live throughout the county. Our culture is connected. We're all connected through our culture, through our spiritual practices, and through our language. We support the current map that was drafted, I believe it was November 10th, that keeps the county intact. There was a prior version that had split the county in half, pretty much along the I-5, and that would cause a significant disruption to our tribal people. And so I just want to throw that out there. We are a community that has a lot in common. We're also a river community. We're also a community from the valleys. We're not actually a coastal community. A prior map had moved us to a coastal congressional district, and we would find that really disruptive to our tribal people. So that's really all that I need to say this evening. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you again for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Right now, we will be going to 086. I will be promoting you now. (086), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and what region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Yes, the region I would like to talk about is the Fresno-Tulare Congressional District. Hello, Commissioners. My name's Alita, and it is my belief that the city of Fresno should be removed from the Fresno-Tulare Draft Congressional District because of the district's communities of interest are overwhelmingly rural, and Fresno is not. Fresno's urban population should be included in a district that shares local representation of the Fresno County Board of Supervisors and Fresno City Council, such as Stan Fresno as a resident of rural Tulare County and the proposal Fresno-Tulare Congressional District. I feel the Fresno-Tulare District should rather incorporate more of the rural Tulare County to maintain the rural nature of the district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And at this time, we have completed all of our unique IDs, and I will be reading our general public comment instructions. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking general public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 872-2543-1522 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Oops. I just lost my place. Please make sure to mute your computer. Just once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. I apologize. We will be starting with caller 9907.
Katie, can you hang on for a second?
Absolutely.
Can I have the Spanish interpreter read the site translation full call-in instructions, please?
Okay, this is the Spanish interpreter, Margarita, to read the full call-in instructions in Spanish.
That is correct.
Okay. Para poder maximizar la transparencia de la participación pública en nuestro proceso, los comisionados estarán tomando comentarios públicos por teléfono. Para llamar por teléfono, el número que se le provee en la transmisión en vivo es el 877-853-52 547. Cuando se le indique, ingrese el número de identificación de la reunión, que es el 872-2543-1522. Cuando se le indique, ingrese el número de identificación del partícipe, simplemente oprima el signo numeral. Una vez que usted haya llamado, usted estará colocado en una fila. Para indicar que usted desea dar un comentario, por favor, oprima la estrella y el número 9. Esto le levantará la mano para la moderadora. Cuando sea su turno de hablar, usted va a escuchar el mensaje que diga, la anfitriona gusta que usted hable, entonces presione la estrella y el número 6 para poder hablar. Si usted gusta dar su nombre, por favor, diga su nombre y deletréelo para que conste en las actas. No se le requiere que provea su nombre para dar comentario público. Para asegurar que su computadora esté en silencio o que el audio de la transmisión en vivo evite cualquier retroalimentación o interrupción durante la llamada, le pedimos que lo ponga en silencio su computadora, perdón. Una vez que usted esté en la fila de espera, por favor, esté atento para cuando sea su turno de hablar y de nuevo, por favor, baje el volumen de la transmisión en vivo cuando vaya a dar su comentario público. La comisión está aplicando un límite de tiempo de 2 minutos para el comentario público. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you very much. Katie, we're back in your hands.
Yes, thank you so much. I apologize. I had forgotten. Right now we have caller 9907, and up next after that will be caller 0209. Caller 9907, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 9907. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 9907. There appears to be some type of connectivity issue for you at this moment. I do have note to retry. Right now, we'll be going to caller 0209, and up next after that will be caller 2902. Caller 0209, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. One more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 0209. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. Caller 0209, you are unmuted. You may want to double check and make sure your phone is not on mute.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David. I am a Vietnamese voter and senior citizen. I ask that you keep Huntington Beach with the cities of Westminster, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley in one congressional district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 2902, and up next after that will be caller 3480. Caller 2902, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, good evening. Am I on?
You sure are.
Yes, good evening. I am a resident in Westminster, and I
want to have to consider my input that I need to have a Little Saigon to include the current cities, not a faraway north like Fullerton. In other words, it should be the way they are right now, but to include Huntington Beach and Fountain Valley. When you consider the redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will be going to caller 3480. And up next after that will be caller 0670. Caller 3480, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Richie Lee, currently a resident here. I'd like to address the Huntington Beach, Little Saigon district. The commission has heard a consistent and lengthy testimony about keeping Little Saigon with Huntington Beach, yet we did not see that happen with these maps. And this seal breach REA district the commission made is just like all over the place. I watched it as you built it, and every move was so arbitrary, focusing on compactness rather than any actual similarities to the communities. And this district really needs to be revisited, and it should start with keeping Little Saigon with Huntington Beach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 0670. And up next after that will be caller 3166. Caller 0670, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits 0670. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Eric Anderson. I live in El Cajon, part of San Diego County. I've lived here in East County for the past 33 years. My 2 sons were born and raised here and now reside here with their families. I want to thank this commission for the thankless job they have. Volunteer work doesn't pay well, so thank you tonight for your time. I'm concerned about the new maps for State Senate District 38. The new map undermines that which makes East County unique in San Diego, our values. We vote differently than those in Chula Vista and North Park and Mission Beach, and we can take a look at the values of the candidates who represent those communities versus those who represent Santee, Lakeside, and El Cajon in East County. East County is the last place in San Diego where we find the majority of families who still hold traditional values, ethics that were constituted in our founding documents: self-evident truth, all men created equal, limited government, individual liberty, property rights, free speech. I'm afraid that what this new map does in East County, San Diego, is destroy the last remnant of traditional values in our city. And I just want to encourage you to please not allow this new version for Senate District 38 to continue. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 3166. And up next after that will be caller 2211. Caller 3166, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Griselda Suarez, and I am a resident of Long Beach, and I'm also the Executive Director for the Arts Council for Long Beach. I just want to thank the commissioners for all you are doing to ensure our communities are represented and kept as intact as possible. The Arts Council for Long Beach has partnered with many other organizations, racial justice groups, and nonprofits in Long Beach on this redistricting process. Our coalition of organizations represents thousands of art supporters across the city. On behalf of them, thank you. Thank you for hearing and respecting our voices. As you know, Long Beach is a unique and tight-knit city that always puts community first. We have been proud to be actively engaged in this redistricting process throughout the year, and we appreciate being heard from by the commissioners, especially Commissioners Kennedy, Lee, and Sadwani. Thank you all for that you're doing, and please continue to represent us as intact as possible and support our city. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 2211, and up next after that will be caller 3981. And I'd again like to invite those that have called in this evening to please press star 9, as it helps us in our job in managing the queue for our staff and myself. Please press star 9 if you wish to give comment this evening. It will raise your hand, indicating you wish to give comment. Right now we will go to caller 2211. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thanks for taking my call. My name's Daniel Rezanoff, and I'm a resident of the Alamitos Beach neighborhood here in Long Beach. I wanted to give public testimony tonight in support of maps that keep my community as together as possible. Here in Long Beach, we're one of the state's largest cities, and I really believe that to build the future I want for my kids and our community, we need a strong, unified voice at the state and federal level. I want to be represented by leaders who come from my community and know what we need to address our particular challenges. As a practical matter, that means keeping as much of Long Beach intact and in a single district as is possible. For a city of our size, almost 475,000 people, maybe a little bit more at this point, I think that's a really reasonable request that makes the best sense for us in the Assembly, in the Senate, and in the House of Representatives as well. I know especially for Senate and Congress, we're going to be part of a larger district that just needs to be because of the numbers. And I think the commission has done a really good job of looking at ways to consolidate the greater Long Beach area. It definitely makes sense to put us with Lakewood and Signal Hill. They're a very important part of the greater Long Beach community. But I've also heard commissioners talking about including parts of Orange County like Seal Beach as well. Now, this commission has a lot of things to consider, and I think that crossing the county line to our east might be a good fit. Crossing the county line to our east might be a good fit if it helps put together a map that best serves more communities. We do share vital resources like our coastline with our OC neighbors, and there are a lot of East Long Beach neighborhoods that interact with those communities regularly. But most importantly, thank you for overwhelmingly looking to keep our city unified, and I hope you'll continue to do so through this process. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 3981. And up next after that will be caller 6725. Caller 3981, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Okay, hello. My name is Jacqueline Lee. I'm a Vietnamese American voter. I appreciate the commission for recognizing the vibrant Vietnamese community in Little Saigon and the importance of keeping this together in one congressional district number 48. I feel like you overlooked the fact that this community really bleed into Huntington Beach though, rather than more inland communities. I think the commission needs to rectify that mistake and put Little Saigon with the coastal community. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Right now we will have caller 6725, and up next after that will be caller 7618. Caller 6725, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. Thanks for taking comments. My name is Gina Huggins, G-I-N-A, Huggins, H-U-G-G-I-N-S. I'm from Yucaipa, and I wanted to thank you for your great work for my community. On the draft congressional map, the High Desert SD, Yucaipa is linked to important communities around us. We stay with Cali Mesa, which makes sense because we share a school district. And we're also tied to Big Bear, which is important because both Big Bear and Yucaipa touch national forests and have environmental and public safety concerns with that forest. Please keep up the good work, and thank you for listening to the needs of the community. Thanks.
Thank you.
And right now we will be going to caller 7618. And up next after that will be caller 8800. Caller 7618, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi. My name is Phil. I'm a resident of Westminster and a second-generation Vietnamese American. I'm calling to urge you to keep the community of Little Saigon attached to the city of Huntington Beach in our congressional district. Huntington Beach is next door to Little Saigon. From my house to Huntington Beach is only a 5-minute drive. It takes me over 45 minutes to drive from Westminster to Fullerton. It makes no sense for Little Saigon to be in the same district with cities so far north of us like Fullerton. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 8800. And up next after that will be caller 5755. Caller 8800, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Victor Chavarine, and I'm calling regarding the Fresno-Tulare map and Kings County as a whole.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Sorry. My name is Victor Chavarine. I am a resident of Armona within Kings County. I'm calling to make a comment on the communities of interest. City of Fresno does not belong in the Fresno-Tulare Congressional District draft. As a resident of Kings County, I understand how different the city's urban population is with the rest of the district's rural communities. The city of Fresno should be included in a district like San Fresno, where it will share representation from Fresno County Board of Supervisors and the city of Clovis, and not disrupt the Fresno-Tulare district rural communities of interest, especially Kings County. With Kings County being divided, it lowers the ability for the county and its local communities to advocate for each other's needs. The Kings County has multiple small districts with the community service districts that usually work together to advocate for special needs that we need at the federal and state level. By splitting us up, we lose our power and we lose our voice due to the unincorporated status of a lot of our communities within the county, and same with Tulare. If we are to be in the same congressional district, our voice will only be increased. So I ask that you remove the city of Fresno from the Fresno-Tulare district and make Kings County whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5755. And up next after that will be caller 0046. Caller 5755, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Kathleen Walker. I live in Santa Clarita. I'm calling to comment about two of the draft maps, CDAV-STV draft and the SDSFV draft. That's a mouthful. In regards to the congressional map, I think the commission got this one right, exactly right, so well done. The map respects county lines, our communities of interest, and is geographically compact. And I understand that there are callers who want Simi Valley back in the district, but I just don't think that's a good idea. There's no reason to add Simi and make this district that big again. We don't share interests with Simi, and we do with the North San Fernando Valley, including transit and water infrastructure. And then regarding the Senate district map, it's pretty good too. I would just suggest that to make it look a little bit more like the congressional district a little more, add more of the North San Fernando Valley like Northridge and Granada Hills and less of Van Nuys and North Hollywood. That would make the district more compact. Thank you so much for volunteering and doing all of this hard work, and thank you for taking my call.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0046. And up next after that, we will have unique ID 013. Caller 0046, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Brad Lettner, BRADLETNER, and I'm calling about the draft map High Desert SB. I'd like to commend the Commission for its work in this draft map because I currently work as a civilian on 29 Palms Marine Corps Base in the Morongo Basin in the High Desert, and I retired from active duty at Fort Irwin, California. And this map keeps the military bases in the High Desert together, including the Veterans Home in Barstow. These bases and the Veterans Home provide jobs and are a big resource to all the communities around them. It's a major part of our identity. This map even connects us to the VA clinic in Victorville and the VA hospital in Loma Linda. And that's important to give veterans an opportunity to advocate for the resources we need from local agencies. The San Bernardino County, the High Desert, is rural and blue collar, but has a high population of veterans like myself. We served at Fort Irwin Army Base, 29 Palms Marine Corps Base, Barstow Marine Corps Logistics Base, and several Air Force veterans from the old George Air Force Base in Victorville. There's a huge concentration of veterans in our community, and I really appreciate the Commission's efforts to recognize the military community and to keep us together and give us a voice. So please continue your great work, and I'd just like to add, please keep our rural communities of the High Desert from being mixed in with large urban areas like Los Angeles County. Thanks very much. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have unique ID 013. And up next after that, we will retry caller 9907. Unique ID 013, I will be promoting you now. Zero 13, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you would please let the mapper know what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, okay. My name is Tony Madrigal. I'm a city council member in Modesto, calling about congressional map, proposed map ECA regarding Stanislaus County. I really want to urge the commission, with all due respect, to please not divide up our city of Modesto. Your current proposed map literally cuts our city of 220,000, approximately 220,000 people, cuts it in half. We are currently in Congressional District 10. Our entire city is the county seat, and our entire city is a community of interest. You are dividing our voice in half. Please don't do that. Please keep us intact with the current configuration the way it is, and with our neighboring cities of Manteca, Tracy as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9412. And up next after that will be caller 8499. Caller 9412, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Can you all hear me?
We sure can.
Excellent. All right. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Josh Sweeney, a resident of Pollock Pines, El Dorado County, and I will be addressing the Congressional District Placer-Sac draft. Firstly, I want to commend the commission for including Nevada County, Sierra County, and Northern Yuba County with that of Placer and El Dorado counties. My main concern, however, is that in this draft, the voice of the Gold Country cultural and economic region of the Northern and Central Sierra Nevadas would be drowned out by that of the Northeast Sacramento suburbs such as Lincoln, Roseville, Folsom, and El Dorado Hills. My suggestion would be instead that the Sierras can get, the Sierras Congressional District be formed with the rest of Gold Country, largely following the communities along Highway 49, consisting of the rest of El Dorado County, Amador County, Calaveras County, Tuolumne County, and Mariposa County, in order to cohesively represent the needs of this region in Congress. And if need be for population purposes, Eastern Butte County, Plumas County, Alpine County, Eastern Madera County, and Eastern Fresno County could also be included with the rest of Gold Country as they share similar bonds to the rest of the Central Sierras. Personally, I am especially concerned about El Dorado County being split as it is in this proposal, as I and Pollock Pines would be divided from most of my family, friends, and community, merely located 9 miles away in Placerville, which would be put into the ECA Congressional District. Once again, I will urge the Commission to please consider keeping Gold Country united in its federal representation. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. And to our listening public and community members, if your intention is to provide community public comment tonight, you must do so. You must call in before 8 p.m. as that's when our phone lines will close. Again, if your intention is to provide public comment tonight, please call in prior to 8 p.m. Katie?
Thank you so much, Chair. And right now we will have caller 8499. And up next after that will be caller 6659. Caller 8499, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for giving this additional window to speak. I think you guys have done a good job at listening to all voices and not showing preference toward one community over the other. I'm from Kern County, and I know that I certainly feel recognized by the Commission as a whole and by many of the individual commissioners. I am in awe of the task that you guys are doing, and I think it's important that you all hear from some happy callers so it's not all too negative. Please continue listening to the perspective of Kern County as you make the final decisions that you have to make as we move forward towards our final decision. Thanks, and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 6777. And up next after that will be caller 3783. Caller 6777, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name's Nick Pilch. I'm a resident of and former mayor of, and speaking tonight about the city of Albany, currently drawn at the bottom of CD North Kant. I'll be speaking of this district as well as CD Oklamori directly to the south. Thank you for all you do and your good work. Your process is good and impressive, and I appreciate your difficult task. My request is to move the city of Albany back into CD Oklamori. Albany is the northernmost city in Alameda County and very much identified with Alameda County cities and interests. The map has moved Albany into districts solely made up of Contra Costa County cities. Albany is small with about 20,000 residents. Our interests are not well aligned with these other cities in this other county, and we're so small as to perhaps lose our ability to impact our representation under this scenario. Albany has a much greater affinity for and a community of interest with Berkeley and Oakland and Piedmont and Emeryville. Albany belongs in CD Oklamori. If you're able to zoom in, you'll see that it looks like a missing puzzle piece from CD Oklamori on the north, rather than part of CD North Kant. Albany and Berkeley are close-knit communities sharing a major retail corridor that goes through both cities, Solano Avenue, and we celebrate our combined community through an annual community event such as the Solano Stroll Street Fair, and which is hosted by both Albany and Berkeley. There you can see the Albany there, they're showing on the map. We're closely tied to UC Berkeley as well. Many workers and students live here in Albany from UC Berkeley. UC Village, Married and Family Housing for UC Berkeley resides in Albany. The top of Alameda County also marks the top of the Peralta Community College District, which has schools in Alameda, Oakland, and Berkeley. Note that this district does not include San Leandro. Finally, Albany is united with Berkeley in our state assembly and state senate districts. So once again, the request is to move the city of Albany back into CD Oklamori. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 3783. And up next after that will be caller 7699. Caller 3783, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Irene. Last week, I listened intensely as dozens of callers from the Asian American community called in to express support for keeping Little Saigon with Huntington Beach. With such a strong emphasis on communities of interest, I don't understand the Commission decided to ignore this request. Little Saigon is a part of Huntington Beach and is just a 5-minute drive from the beach. They should be kept together on both the federal and state level. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 7699, and up next after that will be caller 3888. Caller 7699, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Miley Fang, and I live in the city of Garden Grove. I would like the commissioner to consider to keep the Little Saigon area together with Huntington Beach. I live in Garden Grove for most of my life, and all of my activity, everything, it's related to Little Saigon area with Huntington Beach area. It's very close to, my location. And I surprised why, Fullerton is 30 minutes away, and it's really far. And I'm not sure why, we combine the suggestion to combine Fullerton with the Little Saigon. So if you can, I really appreciate if you can keep, the Little Saigon area together with Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley area. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we'll go to caller 3888, and up next after that will be caller 1740. Caller 3888, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Yes, my name is Tin Nguyen. I am a Vietnamese American voter. Little Saigon should be in a congressional district with Huntington Beach. These cities are an extension of Little Saigon, and thousands of Vietnamese residents live here in this neighboring city. While they are still a part of vibrant Little Saigon community, it was an arbitrary decision to separate these two, and the Commission needs to revisit it. Thank you for your attention. Good night.
Thank you.
I will be retrying caller 9907 at this time, because I said it earlier and I forgot. And up next after that will be caller 1740. Caller 9907, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. My name is T. Pham. We put Little Saigon with Huntington Beach together, no Fullerton. It's too far away. Vietnamese live in Westminster, Garden Grove, Huntington Beach. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
And right now we're going to caller 1740, and up next after that will be caller 3746. Caller 1740, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller, the floor is yours.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, my name is Dung Lee. Live and work in Westminster, Garden Grove, and Huntington Beach. Fullerton is to par lead the both Little Saigon together with Fullerton. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
And right now, we're going to caller 3746. And up next after that will be caller 7082. Caller 3746, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Daisy Tong, and I live in Garden Grove. Actually, I grew up, this is where my first home is in Garden Grove, and as we go older, you know, my parents still live in Garden Grove, and we start expanding and doing our business in Westminster, Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley. Now I take my kids to Huntington Beach almost every night, so we see the beach, our city, our business, and we expand towards the coastal area. We don't go towards Fullerton. So by the commissions drawing the line towards Fullerton, it really actually kind of divides our community instead of uniting together as its intentions. With that being said, I do appreciate the hard work the commission is trying to put in, but please consider that if you have a chance, go visit Little Saigon and drive from Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, Westminster, Garden Grove. You will see how similar it is. As you drive it to Fullerton, it's kind of different. Our work there is different, and we hardly go do anything there. So please keep us together to the coastal. Thank you so much. I appreciate your work. I appreciate your time. And I hope you'll really consider keeping our demographic, our voice together. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
And right now we will go to caller 7082. And up next after that will be caller 7644. Caller 7082, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, dear commissioners, thank you for taking this call. I'm speaking about the Northern California district, to some extent like North Coast and Sierra. First, I feel like this commission has not paid much attention to Northern California during this process. NorCal was drawn in about 5 minutes, around 1:30 p.m., 11:30 p.m. on Monday. There was no discussion on community of interest, no discussion of natural boundaries, and no reference to any commentary submitted by the public. I understand that none of you are from the area, but it was clear that people who live in the North State were just numbers on a map to you, and any public comment we had made had been largely ignored. I don't mean to come across as insulting, but if you wanted to make the people who live here feel ignored, you could not have picked a better way to do it. Anyway, I live here, so I've tracked the comments. There are basically 4 groups, and I'll summarize. There's a group of comments asking for an ag district along I-5. Ag community of interest basically means Republican in this context. There's another group of comments asking that the Northwest Coast, Trinity, Del Norte, and Humboldt should be in a coastal community of interest. Coastal community really means Democrat in this context. There's literally nothing similar about Marin and Humboldt, except that Humboldt Democrats want to vote for Bay Area Democratic candidates. I mean, one of the commissioners on Monday night said that Richmond was too blue collar to be looped with Marin. You clearly have never been to the North Coast if you think Humboldt is less blue collar than Richmond. Anyway, there are also 2 other groups. A third group wants a rural district that goes from Humboldt to Plumas and focuses on tying together forests, state parks, and the 3 national parks north of Sacramento. Group 4 wants the Karuk and Yurok tribes of Siskiyou, Humboldt, and Del Norte to be kept together. The Dems on the coast and the Republicans in the Valley love the current map. You could build a forest district by adding Humboldt, Del Norte, and Trinity to NorCal,
15 seconds.
balancing North Coast by adding the rest of Santa Rosa and Roanoke Park, and then adding Yuba City and Marysville to Leola Lake. You're the commission. You draw the districts as you like. Just ask you engage with the rural districts across the state, which seem to be treated as population sinks because they don't have a commissioner to.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 7644. And up next after that will be caller 0073. Caller 7644, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Eric Payne. I'm the executive director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. And I will be referencing a few different congressional maps this evening relative to Black families here in the Central Valley who have largely continued to be split and paired with unfavorable communities within their respective jurisdiction. Again, I'd like to reference the California Black Redistricting Hub map to show and how you can balance and pair our communities here in the Central Valley. I'll point first to the Tulare County map, where you've segmented the second largest populous African American community in Tulare County in the city of Visalia into Kern County. And so our request was that you keep both Tulare, the city of Tulare, and the city of Visalia whole. Next, I'll point to the Fresno map. Communities west of 99, those communities include West Park, Southwest Fresno, and emerging Black communities up to Herndon continue to be segmented and divided in a separate congressional district outside of the urban core district, just simply across the street that divides Elm. So please keep those communities whole and together. And then finally, I'll close with maintaining the integrity of Atwater and Chowchilla.
Thank you.
All right, now we will have caller 0073. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
I'm calling about the Coachella Valley. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Mike. I am calling on behalf of Equality California. I want to reiterate our deep appreciation for the Commission's commitment to uniting and empowering LGBTQ+ communities throughout the state, including in the Coachella Valley. And while we appreciate the Commission's action to unite our Coachella LGBTQ+ community in the draft Senate maps, I want to express our deep concern that the draft congressional maps would divide the Coachella Valley's LGBTQ+ community in half by separating the city of Palm Springs from Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City, and Thousand Palms. Our Coachella Valley LGBTQ+ community runs across these cities, which have a long history of electing candidates of choice. This is important, especially as so many Coachella LGBTQ+ residents face unique challenges and needs, especially LGBTQ+ elders and people living with HIV. In addition to sharing a geographically connected and united LGBTQ+ community, Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City, and Thousand Palms are all part of the Palm Springs Unified School District. Please keep our Coachella Valley LGBTQ+ community united, as you have done in the Senate draft maps, as you have done in the draft Senate maps. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kate, I think we have time for one more caller before break.
I agree. Right now we have caller 9131. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 9131, you are unmuted. You may want to double check your phone. Make sure it is not muted.
Thank you for that reminder. Okay, perfect. My name is Emily Menaker, and I'm a resident of Fullerton. And I think what I'm hearing, or what I feel, is what a lot of different people are saying tonight. And basically, under the Voting Rights Act, city boundaries are supposed to be respected, and the maps that have drawn dilute the power of our city by dividing us. It splits Fullerton into different counties, which puts us at risk for not getting fair representative by someone who knows Fullerton and respects the needs and the demand of the Fullerton community. I'm asking for you to keep Fullerton together so that it gets the representation and funding it needs and deserves. Thank you so much for your work and your consideration.
Thank you. And with that last caller, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We will return at 8:30. If you've called in, please do not disconnect as the phone lines are closed and you will not be able to call back in. So I will see everyone back at 8:30. Thank you. Good evening, California, and welcome back to the public comment portion of our meeting. We will pick up right where we left off. Katie?
We'll start with caller 5719. Up next after that will be caller 5000. Caller 5719, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to address the commission, and thank you guys for working late on a Wednesday night. I wanted to address the maps in the Santa Clarita Valley area for Congress, Assembly especially, specifically the need to move further north on those maps. The issue is that the Santa Clarita Valley, I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Karen Roseberry. I'm a resident of the Antelope Valley and done quite a bit of work in the Santa Clarita Valley over the years as well. And those two areas are just very much linked with one another. In regards to the congressional district map for the Antelope Valley and Santa Clarita Valley, one of the issues, though, is the fact that it just doesn't go far enough north. Right now, it cuts off at the LA County line, and I know that there's a desire to remain within counties when possible, but we do see on some of the other maps that it does move outside of LA County, and that's as it should be, because it moves into those more rural areas. Some of the Rosemont area, the California City area, the Mojave area, all of that is essentially one community, and keeping that area whole because of just the, especially economic interests and military interests, and just the fact that the residents consider themselves all one community within those areas. In terms of the Assembly District map, also that need to continue to go further north rather than moving south into the San Fernando Valley, which is what's happening with that Santa Clarita map. So again, moving north, we have the communities of like interest. We have communities that have a much greater tendency to commute into one another and share those common interests as well. Appreciate your time. Appreciate the opportunity for you to hear the constituents' views, and hope you have a good rest of your night. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And right now will be caller 5000. Up next after that will be caller 2887. Caller 5000, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Gary Johnson, GaryJohnson. I've been a resident of Orange County for the last 28 years, living near the coast. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed redistricting for the Orange County coastal cities. The Irvine and Costa Mesa lines make very little sense. The assembly lines keep Irvine whole and group it with Costa Mesa. The Senate lines split Irvine and exclude Costa Mesa. The congressional lines split Irvine and include Costa Mesa. And just saying it out loud really kind of helps you understand it doesn't make a lot of sense. And the commission should revisit this area with the goal of keeping Irvine whole and grouped with Costa Mesa in all the maps. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Right now we have caller 2887, and up next after that is caller 2554. Caller 2887, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm so appreciative of your time and attention tonight. Hi, my name is Megan Kern. I'm calling this evening from Long Beach. I also happen to be the Vice President of the Long Beach Unified School District Board of Education, and I'm calling to thank you for the updates to your draft maps of our area that help unite Long Beach districts for State Senate, Assembly, and Congress. Our board has written to this commission several times, and I want to personally thank you for taking our feedback at heart and making sure that it's reflected in the work that you've done. I'm lucky enough to help represent part of an amazing, diverse, and inclusive city that's deeply united by a strong sense of community. And I know each of you has gotten a glimpse of that community through our hearing feedback to this commission and our desire to stay united in our state district. This is also important to me personally because of my work with our school district, which serves Lakewood, Signal Hill, and Avalon in addition to Long Beach. I also understand that these 4 cities alone may not be enough in population to make up an entire congressional district, and so I'd like to extend support for including in this map cities who are our immediate neighbors and partners. It's also very important to me as a lifelong resident that we share representation with the same communities that we partner with already on everything from education and higher education to our environment. Please continue to keep Long Beach as intact as possible as you go into this last month of this process, and please support districts that keep us with our immediate neighbors to our north and east. Thank you so much for your time and this opportunity to give comment to you this evening. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you.
Right now we will have caller 2554, and up next after that will be caller 7677. Caller 2554, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Phyllis McDonald. I'm calling from Manteca. I'm calling about San Joaquin County and Stanislaus County. I'm very concerned about the draft maps released on November 10th. Placing Manteca in a district with Stockton will be a loss for Manteca. Manteca's needs are aligned with Tracy, Mountain House, and Modesto. We have similar water issues, similar transportation issues, similar social issues. Our needs are aligned and would be better served to be in the same district, which has been the case for a long time. We have had a history of working together to solve problems. Also, dividing Modesto into two parts, with one part being connected to a rural section of California that stretches as far as Death Valley, doesn't make sense. It doesn't bode well for that section of Modesto having its needs met by whoever is elected as a representative. Uniting this economically disadvantaged area with wealthier ones will dilute their ability to qualify for federal aid programs, to name one prospective problem. Please keep Modesto united. I support the November 2nd visualization map as representing our communities, Manteca, Tracy, Mountain House, and Modesto in a fairer way. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And right now we have caller 7677, and up next after that we caller 9275. Caller 7677, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, members of the Commission. My name is Donald Wirz, spelled W-I-R-Z. I'm a resident in San Benito County, and I am the president of the San Benito County Farm Bureau. Our organization represents over 250 small, family-owned, and medium-sized farming operations in a rural county in Central California. We are currently in District number 20. The map that I'm referencing is the Cupertino draft, or CD Cupertino draft, and CD Mid-Coast draft. Our constituency, our membership, is concerned that by being aligned or included in a district that stretches from Cupertino and includes eastern San Jose, that all our small rural county will be lost in the shuffle of a large tech-driven county as opposed to one that we have a long working relationship with that advocates for family farms and small rural communities. Since the beginning of our county in 1874, our county has been aligned with Monterey and Santa Cruz counties on almost every single issue, and we have excellent working relationships with the Monterey Bay area. Most of our regulatory agencies are centered in the Monterey Bay area, and being moved to Cupertino and San Jose will adversely affect those relationships. I'll also point out that our neighbors in eastern Monterey County will be adversely affected by the new Cupertino district for the same reasons that San Benito County would be. So on behalf of our organization, we ask that you advocate for agriculture in a very small way and keep San Benito County with Monterey and Santa Cruz counties. Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you.
Yeah, right now we have caller 9275, and up next after that will be caller 7068. Caller 9275, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last four, 9275. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 9275, there appears to be some connectivity issues for you at the moment. I do have a note to retry. We will come back. Right now we have caller 7068, and up next after that will be caller 4052. Caller 7068, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Ka. I will be addressing the Huntington Beach, Westminster, Fountain Valley, and Garden Grove. I'm calling tonight to strongly urge the Commission to keep Little Saigon and Huntington Beach in one congressional district. It is a mystery to me as why you separate Huntington Beach from Little Saigon, yet connected it with Fullerton. Fullerton, that city is a 40-minute drive from Westminster. It doesn't make sense for it to be a part of Little Saigon. Please keep Little Saigon and Huntington Beach together. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 4052, and up next after that will be caller 3220. Caller 4052, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I wanted to thank everyone that's participating in the process, that's waiting in the phone lines, and also listening in to the folks across California about their feedback. And I also wanted to say that I'm talking from District 6, which is Sacramento. I am a resident of District 6, and I live on the line that would cut downtown Sacramento in half. And the meaning from my fifth floor apartment, the apartments across from me would be in a different district. And I just came here to urge the folks here that are listening and making the draft maps to keep Sacramento together. Sacramento is one of the most diverse cities in California, and splitting us up would do much harm for the people in the region. And it would do harm to representation for folks that live in the area. I just wanted to give a strong urge to keep us together. I do believe a map that keeps the region together, or keeps the map looking a lot like what the map looks like now, was submitted, and I hope that we're able to stick with it. But thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Right now we have caller 3220, and up next after that will be caller 0428. Caller 3220, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Don Saylor. I'm a Yolo County supervisor and a 37-year resident of Davis. I'm also the chair of the Capital Corridor Joint Powers Authority. That's the agency that operates passenger rail service in our region. You've received several comments from me and from others in Yolo County requesting that Yolo be treated as a community of interest. And your maps for Congress, Senate, and Assembly have made incredible progress in achieving that objective. Some concerns regarding the congressional district identified as Yolo Lake are as follows. If you look at that map, what you see is a big chunk of Solano County coming up and being extracted from the district, and that is a good part of our transit and transportation corridor in our region. Yolo County is an ag county, but it's a specialty crop county in addition to production crops. We're also a Delta County. I think that what we would like to see with Yolo County's inclusion in a congressional district is a greater alignment with Solano and additionally a greater alignment with the Delta. When I look at the Sacramento, CD Sacramento map that's adjacent to Yolo Lake, this is an example. If you look at Rio Vista and Ileton, one is on one side of the river and the other is on the other side of the river, but they're both Delta communities. There is a community of interest around the Delta of habitat, of preservation, of water and ag with specialty crops. So the Delta and transportation corridors dictate that Yolo Lake be modified to include a portion of Solano and have a greater reflection of Delta communities' inclusion. My comment on 22922 shows no.
Thank you for your comment.
All right, right now we have caller 0428, and up next after that will be caller 2944. Caller 0428, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. My name is Andres Ramos. I'm a resident of Sacramento and a member of the queer, Latino, and renter communities. I'm calling regarding the Sacramento and North Sac congressional districts. I'm concerned that the city of Sacramento is being split. I think the city of Sacramento should be kept together in one district as it currently is. We need a united voice in Congress for our city. By splitting the city of Sacramento, two significant Latino populations in the northern part of the city, in Northgate, Gardenland, Noralto, are separated from a large Latino population in South Sacramento. So that's concerning. But if the city ultimately has to be split, I don't understand why it was split the way that it currently is, because the current split goes through the downtown, midtown, central city area. And to be honest, it kind of looks like it was drawn using an Etch-a-Sketch. It doesn't follow one clear boundary. And so at the very least, please keep the central city together on one side or the other and follow a natural boundary, either the American River to the north or Highway 50 to the south. I live in the central city. There's a lot of queer presence here, as the data from Equality California has shown, a lot of institutional presence of queer serving institutions. There's also the highest concentration of renters in the city. I'm a renter as well. And so for many reasons, those two are ones that I would highlight, the central city should be kept together. So if you do have to split the city of Sacramento, and I would strongly prefer that you don't, at least don't split it right between the central city.
30
Keep
seconds.
the central city together because we are a community of interest as well. And so those are the main comments. Please keep the city of Sacramento in one congressional district if possible. But if you have to split it, don't do it in this strange way where you squiggle through our central city.
15 seconds.
Keep the central city together in one district if you have to split it, and follow a natural boundary for that line. Thank you for listening to my comment, and thank you all for your work. Good night.
Thank you.
Yeah, right now we will have caller 2944, and up next after that will be caller 5833. Caller 2944, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Quinn, and I would like to address Huntington Beach, Westminster, Fountain Valley area. Instead of trying to force lines that don't currently exist, the Commission should take to heart what it has heard dozens of times throughout the process, that Little Saigon is absolutely part of Huntington Beach. If Little Saigon isn't a part of the Huntington Beach community, where else would it fall? In the next round of drafts, I urge the committee to fix its mistake and redraw Little Saigon back into the Huntington Beach Coastal District. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right now we have caller 5833, and up next after that we caller 0095. Caller 5833, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Hello?
Hello, the floor is yours.
Hey, good evening, commissioners. This is your map nerd from Stanislaus County. And again, I just want to thank you so much for listening to Stanislaus County residents that have been submitting comments since the very beginning. Although we prefer that Stanislaus remain whole, this current congressional map, ECA, ensures that Modesto is at the center of its district. We understand that West Stanislaus has to go up Merced for VRA considerations, but after meeting that requirement, this current congressional map is really in the best interest for the rest of Stanislaus County. Unfortunately, you've been hearing from people calling in and writing comments to keep Modesto with Tracy. Those people are just working with and or probably for a U.S. congressman, and they're just trying to save his district. These folks have not been participating this entire time. They don't realize why you had to split Stanislaus for VRA consideration and having it go down with Merced. They're just taking orders from the congressman. So my last point is to please keep the lines the same, but if you have to change the congressional map, honestly, the best map was probably on October 27th. That is probably the better option if you're going to change this map. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 0095, and up next after that will be caller 3700. I'd like to invite those that have called in that haven't spoke to this evening to please press *9 if they wish to raise their hand and get in line to give public comment. Please press *9 if you have not spoke this evening and you wish to give comment. Caller 0095, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ashley Carr, and I'm a lifelong resident of Sutter County. I wanted to call in because I am concerned and frustrated that the northern part of the state is becoming an afterthought during this redistricting process. It seems like there are small district changes being made to accommodate the Napa Wine County and the Bay Area are resulting in our area's priorities being ignored. The Commission has literally spent hours debating small tweaks in other parts of the state around us. But you haven't really talked about the feedback you received from our rural areas north of Sacramento. I live in the part of the state where we often feel ignored by our state government, and it's frustrating that this redistricting process seems to be ignoring us as well. Sutter County and our neighboring counties like Yuba, Butte, Glenn, Colusa, and Tehama are small town valley agriculture areas. The small northern Sacramento Valley has nothing in common with the larger cities of Davis, the Coast, or Napa Valley, nor do we have anything in common with Granite Bay, Lake Tahoe, or the Eastern Sierra Mountain counties. It just seems like the Commission spends hours working on details of districts in more populated areas around us, and then it pulls in part of our small ag counties just to make the populations work. That doesn't seem fair or economical. It is frustrating that the Commission doesn't seem to have any conversations about keeping far north rural ag areas together. This area of the state and is valleys surrounded by mountains on both sides. Why not keep the valleys and counties together? I hope that you have a chance to adjust the draft map. You'll take some time to look at the feedback received of north of Sacramento and prioritize our communities of interest. Please keep Valley Ag, like the Sutter, Yuba, Butte, along with the other counties like Tehama, Glenn, and Colusa together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3700. And up next after that will be caller 6659. Caller 3700, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Hi, my name is Betty Wilson. I am the Executive Director for the Business Council. We would like to congratulate and thank the Commissioners for the draft congressional map dated 11/10/21 Zone F San Joaquin. I know this Commission has heard a lot of input from our diverse community, and we are so pleased that our wishes to keep San Joaquin whole have been heard and you honored our request. I am sure you have seen the numerous emails and letters once again congratulating the Commissioners on the congressional map, and we're very thankful for the Commission allowing our county the continuation of production agriculture, allowing us to work towards affordable, livable communities and well-paying jobs. We are much different than most other communities as it relates to economic and socioeconomic issues, and by allowing us to stay together, we can continue our work and advocacy for life and livelihood. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. And right now we have caller 6659. And up next after that will be caller 0311. Caller 6659, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, good evening. My name is Hui Tran, I'm a first-generation Vietnamese American. I'd like to address the Little Saigon area. So I urge this commission to keep Westminster, Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, and Huntington Beach in one congressional district. So according to the latest census data, Huntington Beach has a growing Asian population. Huntington Beach borders Westminster and Fountain Valley. So please keep these three similar cities together in one congressional district. That'll be all. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0311. And up next after that will be caller 3770. Caller 0311, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commission. Am I on?
You sure are.
Hello. My name is Michael. I'm from Modesto, Stanislaus County, and I would like to thank the Commission for all of their work. And we do and also appreciate everything you guys done. I would like to give approval of the map that you guys put out, the ECA map. And as far as Tracy and Manteca goes, they are best served to be with San Joaquin. And while the current congressional map that you guys proposed with ECA, Stanislaus County will be about 55% of that district. So we will actually be much better served being with the Sierra. So I'd also like to thank again for your work. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1789. And up next after that will be unique ID 098. Caller 1789, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller 1789, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Sylvie Kim Nguyen. I live in Westminster. I want Little Saigon. Go with Fountain Valley and Huntington Beach, not with Fullerton. Fullerton is far away from where I live. Thank you so much and good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have unique ID 098. And then up next after that will be caller 3770. Unique ID 098, I will be promoting you now. Oh, nope. Unique ID 098. Oh, never mind. They left. All right. We'll be going to caller 3770. And up next after that will be caller 6758. Caller 3770, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Yes, I'm calling about Long Beach in coastal Orange County. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sam Garrett Pate. I'm calling from Equality, California. I want to thank you for taking seriously our comment and testimony about keeping the LGBTQ plus communities together throughout California. I'm calling about the current LB North District, which links the coastal city of Long Beach to the inland city of Downey.
Go to the restroom. Staff.
This could be improved by linking Long Beach to the coastal cities in Orange County, which share LGBTQ plus and environmental communities and interests. And the remaining Downey portion can go toward the reconstruction of a Northern Gateway Cities Latino VRA district. You start by moving Signal Hill and most of the city of Long Beach and all of Seal Beach into the Northern Orange County Coast District. This is notable because the city of Seal Beach is currently actually bringing down the API CVAP within the Seal Brea District. This would unite our coastal LGBTQ plus and environmental communities in Signal Hill, Long Beach, Seal Beach, and Huntington Beach into one congressional district. And ultimately, by moving, it would allow you to move Costa Mesa into the Inland OC District, bring Lakewood into that Northern Orange County Coast District along with Long Beach, you can move Latino areas of Tustin and Placentia into the Santa Ana district, southern API portions of Stanton into the Seal Brea, Little Saigon API Opportunity District, and then adjust inland Orange County, the inland Orange County district for population while keeping Irvine whole, moving Laguna Niguel and Aliso Viejo into the southern Orange County, northern San Diego district. And ultimately, this map would achieve the goals stated by the Commission to unite and empower LGBTQ+, API, and Latino communities by creating a northern Orange County coast district that unites the LGBT and environmental communities while improving API CVAP in Seal Brea and increasing Latino CVAP in Santa Ana district. We've submitted.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6758. And up next after that will be caller 9751. Caller 6758, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Alondra. I will be addressing Huntington Beach, Westminster, Fountain Valley, and Garden Grove. I'm strongly urging this commission to keep Huntington Beach and Little Saigon together. Little Saigon is next to Huntington Beach, but a 40-minute drive from Buena Park and Fullerton. Please listen to the voice of the people and keep Little Saigon and Huntington Beach in one congressional district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9751. And up next after that will be caller 6131. Caller 9751, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Jamie Francis Wendell, and I reside in the West Hollywood Sunset Business District. I'd like to say to the Commission, I looked at your maps, and unfortunately, West Hollywood has been splintered. I used to belong to the 30th Congressional District until 2012, and then the 28th. I do not want to be represented by the 28th District that represents Universal City, Burbank, Glendale, La Cañada, Flint Ridge. I don't know why this part of West Hollywood. I lived west of certain communities of Hancock Park, of Hollywood that are actually in the 33rd Congressional District. I should be in the 33rd Congressional District, or this part of West Hollywood should be part of the new 30th Congressional District and brought back into Brad Sherman's district, who you have redistricted into Brentwood and Bel Air. Why this area, I live south just by 500 feet, and 500 feet north of me, or the mansions of Laurel Canyon, are in the 33rd Congressional District, and then a mile west of me, it's Brad Sherman. I don't want to be in Adam Schiff's Congressional District. I didn't want to be. I want to be part of the West Side. That's why I live in West Hollywood. Why am I being represented by the West San Gabriel Valley and the East Valley? I mean, I do not live in the East Valley. Why should this part of West Hollywood have to be represented by that? At least put us in the West Valley, or at least put us back into the 33rd or Brad Sherman's district of the 30th and the West Valley district. Please do so. I do not want to be represented through Burbank, Glendale, and La Cañada, Flint Ridge. Thank you very much for your consideration. Please don't divide a 1.9-mile city into 2 congressional districts. So please, I urge you, please put me into the West area, the West Valley, or the West Side. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right now we will have caller 6131, and up next after that will be caller 7175. Caller 6131, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Mary Silvera. I'm calling to make a comment on the communities of interest. As a resident of rural Kings County, I feel the city of Fresno does not belong with the current draft for the Fresno-Tulare Congressional District, because it is an urban population and it doesn't reflect the overreaching communities of interest within this district. I believe the city of Fresno would be better incorporated by a neighboring district, such as the Stanislaus-Fresno Draft District, which share communities also locally represented by the Fresno County Board of Supervisors and the Fresno City Council. The Fresno Tulare Congressional District should instead include a larger portion of Kings County, which would preserve the rural roots of the district communities of interest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7175, and up next after that will be caller 8065. Caller 7175, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. This is Jeremy Payne with Equality California. I'm calling about the city of San Diego in this large city, so I'll do the districts SD Coast and SESDC. First, I just want to sincerely thank the commissioners for your recognition of the importance of uniting and empowering the LGBTQ+ community in San Diego, and for your efforts to do so in these draft maps. And while we are largely kept together, we remain partially divided between SD Coast District and the East County SESDC District. We respectfully urge the Commission to unite our community in a district that runs along the I-8 corridor, connecting downtown to the LGBTQ+ communities in Balboa Park, Hillcrest, North Park, and South Park, to immigrant and refugee communities in City Heights, which also include the historic lesbian community of Azalea Gardens, to the BIPOC communities in La Mesa, Lemon Grove, and Spring Valley. That's our Black, Indigenous, people of color communities. We share similar values and concerns and have long worked together to elect candidates of choice who will champion our intersectional civil rights interests. Importantly, we also want to echo the Black Redistricting Hub's caution against combining Santee, which is not racially diverse and does not share our values of racial equity and social justice, with our LGBTQ+ community and communities of color along the I-8 corridor. Santee would be better off in a separate rural East County district. So thank you so much for hearing from me today, and thank you so much for your ongoing work.
Thank you.
And right now we have caller 8065, and up next after that will be caller 9644. Caller 8065, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello.
Hello, the floor is yours.
Hello. Yes. Good evening. My name is Amy Nguyen. First, I want to thank you for your service. This is not an easy responsibility, and it's hard to make everyone happy. I hope you can keep the Vietnamese community together, which is Huntington Beach, Westminster, Palm Valley, and West Santa Ana, something like this. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you, the same.
And right now we have caller 9644, and up next after that we will have caller 6311. Caller 9644, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 9644. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, 9644. I know you've been on hold for quite some time. I'm going to go ahead and put down retry, and we will come back to you. There appears to be some type of connectivity issue for you at the moment. And right now we have caller 6311, and up next after that will be caller 6688. Caller 6311, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Robin Cole. I find it interesting that people that don't live in Tracy need to speak to the needs of Tracy. I do live in Tracy, and I've lived here for 40 years. I've raised both of my sons here. They've gone through preschool through high school here in Tracy. Currently, the new maps that exclude us from aligning ourselves with Central Valley, Modesto, Turlock, Manteca, and others, it does not make sense. We really have nothing in common with Tahoe, nor do we have anything in common with Death Valley. Setting up a district for whatever congressperson has in that new district that runs along the interior of of the state is setting that congressperson up for failure because they would not be able to meet the needs of anyone in their community because their communities are so vast. South San Joaquin County, which includes Tracy, Mountain House, Lathrop, and Manteca, have much more in common with Stanislaus County than we do Stockton. We need to go back to the maps on November 2nd. Our water needs and issues are drastically different from those area parts of the state, and we really have been working together as a cohesive unit to build a strong economy, to look at those water issues, to bring transportation issues together. We're all in this, and we've been working on this for the past 10 years. Please keep our district whole as it has been, and look back on the maps of November 2nd. I understand people want everything the way they want it. We all do. I thank you for your hard work, but please look at the November 2nd map for CD10. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we'll go to caller 6688. And I see caller 9644 has raised their hand one more time. We will retry them after caller 6688. Caller 6688, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for doing the work that you're doing. I live in the 25th Congressional District, CA 25, in Santa Clarita, and we have shared transportation routes with the Antelope Valley. What I don't understand is the number of callers that I heard calling in earlier that talk about shared water resources. That's just simply farcical. It's so far from true. They were talking about Simi being a sister valley of Santa Clarita. We have to take 2 freeways to get to Simi Valley. And without the San Fernando Valley being interspersed in between us, we wouldn't even be contiguous. So the fact that the callers earlier wanted the San Fernando Valley removed from the district is a joke. These people get talking points who don't live here, and they don't understand the geography of the area. Yes, we have a homelessness issue in Santa Clarita and in the Antelope Valley. I don't know. I heard one caller say we just don't have the homelessness issues that they have in Los Angeles, and that's just simply not the case. We're not a small community set away from Los Angeles. I heard another caller say that we're a small rural community set apart from Los Angeles. We're the 3rd largest city in Los Angeles, in Santa Clarita. So these people are calling in and making comments and trying to sway your opinions of where the line should be drawn, and they don't know what they're talking about. We are the 3rd largest city in Los Angeles County. The maps that we have in place right now look good. We don't need Simi part of our district. In fact, we'd be better off jettisoning Simi and keeping them in the county in which they belong, which is Ventura County. I just wanted to let you know that we're not a tri-valley. There's actually 4 valleys in the district: Antelope, Santa Clarita, Thank
you for your comment.
And right now we will retry caller 9644. And up next after that will be caller 2115. Caller 9644. Let's try this again. Press *6 to unmute. One more try. Caller 9644. If you will please press *6 to unmute. I do apologize, 9644. There must be some type of connectivity issue. We will try again before we are done this evening. Right now we have caller 2115, and up next after that will be caller 0440. Caller 2115, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, commissioners. It's really great to be able to have this opportunity to speak with you. I really tried to get an appointment to speak next week, but all the spots were filled up by the time I signed up. So I'm really happy that you're giving us this extended feedback window. The area I'm calling about is the Central Valley. I'm a lifelong resident of the Valley, and I've lived kind of all over the southern part of the Valley, so I understand the stigma that exists around us and how frequently our needs get ignored or overlooked. That's really why I wanted to call in and just say thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my community's perspective and for listening to everyone's concerns. I want to just applaud the commission for all their hard work in doing such a great job of making sure that diverse voices like mine are heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 0440, and up next after that will be caller 7331. And I do have 2 retries, but other than that, I'd like to invite those that have not spoke this evening. If you do wish to give comment, to please press *9 to raise your hand, indicating you wish to give comment. Right now, we will be going to caller 0440. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm calling in about the West San Gabriel Valley in Southern California to comment on the congressional draft map. I'm a 27-year resident of the city of Alhambra in the West San Gabriel Valley, and I'm just calling in with my strong conviction that we must be kept whole as a community of interest, and specifically that the cities of Alhambra, Monterey Park, and Rosemead not be removed from the west of the West San Gabriel Valley, as the current draft map proposes. To disaggregate the above cities would gravely disrupt the shared needs and ties in our area. For example, when we work on eviction defense and housing precarity, networks across San Gabriel, Temple City, Rosemead, Alhambra, and Monterey Park are worked as a network. Also, the only family-based shelter service in this area is headquartered in San Gabriel in coordination with Alhambra School District. And we've also established close ties with housing advocacy groups in Pasadena and Altadena. We also have Asian parent-student outreach efforts that work in coordination with schools to address culture and language issues facing Asian immigrants. And this has been going on for well over a decade. And because our largest school district crosses city boundaries, it brings together families from across the West San Gabriel Valley. We're also geologically linked with our contaminated water basin. Our EPA-designated Superfund site includes Temple City, San Marino, Alhambra, San Gabriel,
30 seconds.
Portions of South Pasadena. Our ties are really highlighted by the pandemic when our mutual aid networks were brought into stark relief. That saw storytelling communication networks previously nurtured and facilitated
15 seconds.
by sociologists in our region really tie together the West San Gabriel Valley. This is far more than just representation. It's crucial, critical for our working class immigrant population. Please keep us whole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7331, and up next after that will be caller 7350. Caller 7331, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name's Kim, and I'm calling about the San Fernando Valley. Hello, commissioners. I just want to thank you for all the time and effort you put into this drafting of the map. It's a hard job you have, and it's impossible to make everyone happy, but aside from a couple bits and bobs, the maps look very good. I'm calling today to suggest one way that the map could just be a little bit better is to try to return Santa Monica to a coastal district. Right now, seemingly just for population needs, Santa Monica is drawn together with the San Fernando Valley. So please try to put Santa Monica back into a coastal district. Please know that people in Santa Monica just want to be in a coastal district and don't really care if it goes north through Malibu or south through Venice. What Santa Monica doesn't want to do is drive through the super slow Sepulveda Pass to get to the San Fernando Valley. At the same time, we know that the San Fernando Valley wants to be together and that they don't want districts that go south of Mulholland. So I certainly leave the tinkering up to you guys and the amazing hardworking line drawers. Probably the easiest two-way trade that could fix this problem is just to shift Santa Monica and Malibu into the coastal district to the immediate north, and then to trade that population by joining the suburbs of Simi Valley and Moore Park together with the suburbs of the San Fernando Valley along the 118 corridor in the north. There might be a more elegant but more complicated solution, but that was suggested by Stuart Wallman from VICA tonight, but however you're able to do it.
30 seconds.
So thank you and best of luck.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 7350, and then up next after that will be caller 3196. Caller 7350, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to comment on the Inland Region, Sacramento, specifically Congressional District Map. I believe it stands for South San Joaquin District.
Go ahead, please.
My name is Kevin Warner. I'm the city administrator for the city of Ripon, which is located in San Joaquin County. Ripon is the second smallest city in San Joaquin County with a population of 16,000 residents that is located along the Stanislaus River, which is the most southern boundary that separates San Joaquin County from Stanislaus County. For an unclear reason, the city of Ripon is the only San Joaquin County city that was not included in this congressional district that I referenced. It's important for the city of Ripon to be in the same district with other San Joaquin County cities, as this gives us the strongest voice advocating for local and regional priorities in our congressional representation. Specifically, the two areas of concern is related to transportation improvements. In San Joaquin County, we have a council of governments that has been instrumental in organizing an advocacy group from the county to work with congressional leadership in moving forward important regional transportation projects. The other issue we're concerned about is water issues. Like everywhere in California, San Joaquin County and the city of Ripon are facing challenges related to water. Water supply is very different between San Joaquin County and Stanislaus County to the south. So with that, the city of Ripon and our city council is strongly requesting that the commission revisit the district titled the South San Joaquin District 15. To adjust the southern boundary of that map to respect county lines and keep Ripon with the other San Joaquin County cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3196, and then up next after that will be caller 6731. Caller 3196, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone, and thank you for giving me the chance to speak this evening on what's becoming a rather late night. I'm a resident of Long Beach, and I want to start by thanking each of you and all of your hardworking staff for the draft maps of my area that keep my community as together as possible. I called in a few weeks ago to express my disappointment and honestly my frustration about my city being divided in a prior round of visualization. But since then, you've addressed this by moving most of Long Beach into the LB North District draft for Congress. This is a huge step forward for my community, and one that I know many members of this commission spoke strongly in support of. Having followed this process to the best of my own ability, I know how incredibly challenging this task is and just how many different considerations you have in front of you every day. In spite of these difficulties, though, you put in place a process for us to share our concerns, and then you took these concerns into account and drew a better map, not just for Long Beach, but for our greater area as well. I want to join my neighbors who have spoken this evening already and let you know how supportive I am of this direction for our area. And as a member of the LGBTQ+ community, this draft map creates a district where our voting power is respected and where we will continue to be empowered to elect candidates of choice. We're incredibly proud of the openly LGBTQ+ elected leaders that have come from Long Beach, and it's profoundly important to me and my community that we're able to continue uplifting voices that support our basic needs and rights for the next 10 years and beyond. By uniting Long Beach, notably our downtown and shoreline neighborhoods, you're protecting that right for one of the state's largest LGBTQ+ communities. Thank you again for this continued support and the chance to speak to you this evening. I'm grateful for the work that you do, and I'm excited to see a finalized map of the greater Long Beach area that keeps my community of interest intact.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6731. And then up next after that, we will retry caller 9644. Caller 6731, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Oh, you hear me?
We sure
I'm
can.
sorry, suddenly.
That's
okay. Good evening. This is referred to the Congressional District 48. My name is Monique Nguyen, Nguyen. I am a Vietnamese American voter. Separating Little Saigon from Huntington Beach shows the commission did not truly take into account the importance of the community of interest testimony that it received. The people of Little Saigon made clear that they are part of the Huntington Beach community. The first set of lines are flawed and are a product of a rushed process. In the next set of lines, the commissioner please must fix this mistake and including Little Saigon with Huntington Beach, which is where it belongs. Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, now we will be going to caller 9644. And then after that, I will retry caller 9275. And we do not have any other hands for those few that have not spoken. *9 would allow that to happen. Caller 9644, if you will please try to follow the prompts to unmute, if it will allow you to do so by pressing *6. One more time, caller 9644. I'm sure you're very frustrated because you were able to press *9. For some reason, *6 is not letting you through. I do apologize, 9644. You will have to reach out to the commission with the multiple other avenues of public comment. There appears to be some type of connectivity issue with your phone this evening. At this time, we will be going to caller 9275 to retry. And then after that, I did get two more hands, caller 8299, I see that hand, and caller 2974, I see that hand. Caller 9275, I'd like to give you one more opportunity to unmute for a retry. If you wish to give comment, please press *6, caller 9275. All right, we will be moving on to our other hands at this time. Caller 8299, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello.
Hello, the floor is yours.
Hello. Yes. My name is Tuan Nguyen. I resident in Garden Grove. I calling tonight to show my concern about the new map. The commission drill is very upsetting our Little Saigon community. Can you please keep Little Saigon and Huntington Beach together, but not Little Saigon and Fullerton, because Fullerton is too far away from Little Saigon. I urge you to redraw this map to produce a congressional district that have Huntington Beach and Little Saigon together. because those city is close to each other, and it's the best connection from Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, Westminster, Garden Grove, and it was like long time ago. Thank you so much, and you have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 2974. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Oh, hi. My name is Paulina Tran, and I'm a Vietnamese American voter. I just want to let you know that most Asian Vietnamese American, we do our business in Garden Grove or Westminster. And when the younger generation expand into Palm Valley, Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, and even Seal Beach, I'm not sure why the plan of grouping the Little Saigon with Fullerton, which is pretty far away. So can you please keep Little Saigon with the Huntington Beach and Palm Valley, please? Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
And that is all of our hands at this time, Chair.
Thank you. Katie, can we try to connect with the one caller, 8192?
Absolutely. Caller 8192, you have not chose to raise your hand this evening, but if you wish to give comment, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 8192. If you do wish to give comment this evening, *6 would allow you to do that. It appears they just really enjoy listening to us, Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, Commissioners, California, hearing no objections, I would like to thank everyone for providing input tonight. I would like to thank the commissioners for their attentiveness. I'd like to thank the staff for their professionalism and wonderful works. And guess what? We're doing this all again tomorrow. So we're back at 3 o'clock. We will take feedback on what are we doing tomorrow? On our assembly districts. So I look forward to that. I'll be there with bells on. And let's have a good night. See you guys tomorrow, 3 o'clock. Meeting is in recess.